eyes when I show some of these pictures. Now, if I'm using these pictures for criticism and teaching and things like that, that's legal. But I can't monetize, not that I make anything off that channel, what, like 20 bucks a month? Okay. But I can't monetize any videos where I'm going to show you pictures of somebody's book or the things that they say. See, because the fair use doctrine, all right, you can use this stuff for education and criticism. Okay, who says that we cannot criticize the ideas that these people come up with, that they are selling to you? Okay, because they have a business. They are selling this to you. You are buying a product from them. Okay, well, if the product is faulty and you're suffering harm from it, well, it can be criticized and their methods can be deeply looked into. So let me show you a picture of this foot that I've been criticizing for a while now. Just a minute here. And saying that all barefoot trims are based on one dead wild horse's foot that wore its heels out. Been saying that since 2016, when it finally dawned on me that we were doing that. Okay. And so anyway, when I said that, and I had that on the community page and stuff, Jill Willis, who is Jamie Jackson's right-hand girl, wrote me a nasty note and threatened to sue me. How about that? Well, she never did, okay, because she can't. Because I'm not going to tell you anything that he doesn't say in his book. I will tell you that I'm going to show you where I was a little bit off on that. And I'm going to show you the exact understanding of that. So you know, you will then understand why so many of these barefoot trims are so harmful to horses. Because it's not based on the true anatomy. It's based on somebody's pet idea of what they wanted it to be. And I can show you this. I can prove it. So let's see here. Let me get a picture up here. Let's see. Let's see. Under H. I was trying to think, where is that? Okay. We'll just put, where should we do? Should we put it up? Oh, well, here. This would be a good one. Just a minute. Screen share. We'll start with this while I'm looking for another picture. Okay. This is the foot right here that they think that Jamie Jackson taught is the perfect ideal foot that all horses should have. Okay. Now down here at the bottom, we have we have 3 different types of wild horse feet, 4, counting this one. All right, let's just to look at shape even. Just a minute, where's my annotate? Let's do bright green. Okay, so this foot, there you go. Okay, this foot, oh, and this is the front foot of the same horse. And this is another wild horse. Oops, that was ugly. Just a minute. Undo. Look at the heel. Yet, I guess all these wild horses down here were wrong, that they should have a foot like this one. According to Jackson's book, every wild horse that he supposedly measured the heels on had a heel. Now, I thought because he draws a picture of them with the 1 centimeter heel, okay? But then later in the book, he says they had all the heels that he measured from the hairline to the ground were less than a centimeter. Now, what I also find out interesting about this book is that he says from 1982 to 1986 that he spent all this time with wild horses. He says that he worked with BLM and that he literally measured the feet on 107 wild horses when they were being processed. And yet I went through all the photos in that book. The only pictures that are his are of this foot, of this basic foot, and like one other wild horse's foot, which I don't even think he took that picture. All the pictures of any wild horses are by a guy, well, one guy, Jim Hansen, Jim Hansen, 5, 10, 12 pictures of wild horses in their natural habitat. Then there's like 3 or 4 pictures of wild horses taken by BLM and used by courtesy of BLM. Then there's 1 picture by a guy named Bill Tarpening. There's another guy named Jeff Foote who has 3 or 4 pictures in there. There's another guy named David Ronley that has 1 picture, and there's 1 unmarked on page 51. Now, is there some reason why he didn't take any pictures at all of when he was down there in the dirt with BLM, 2 cowboys having a horse stretched out, measuring the feet, you know, why didn't he take any pictures? Say none in that book of his experience with wild horses. I just don't understand that. Okay, so to him, this is the ideal foot. Now, I'm gonna read you something here because I got the book here in front of me and I've marked up places. Go back here. Okay, where is it here? Lots of comments about nature this and nature that. Now, this is a rear foot. Okay, here, this is what we're going to do. Okay, so I'm going to show you some more pictures. See, I was wrong because I kept saying that he wanted all feet to look like this 1 foot. I was wrong, okay? Because even though this foot is pictured a number of times in that book, by the time you get on in the book, he draws a picture of this foot, according to him. And in that, he totally removes the heel and gives this horse a 1 centimeter heel. Now, I'm going to show you something, and I want you to understand this. See, this is why all our horses went lame. Let's see here, just a second. Oh, man. Let's see, clear all drawings. Oh, get rid of annotate. That would help. There we go. Okay, go down to JJ. Let's see, HIJ. Okay, we're going to learn how to map and do, what'd you call it? Markups according to proportions. Okay, how to look at feet according to their proportions. Like when I trimmed my pony into mechanical laminitis, I was doing it according to proportions because there were no measurements for pony feet. But see, also this theory that came out by Gene Ovanik of the 1/3, 2/3 balance to the equine foot. Okay, I did my pony according to that. And it trimmed the heels out of her. Well, when that area got shorter, then it made the toe look long. So I started trimming the toe back. Because when you trim these heels back, the back of the foot starts moving forward, the capsule starts getting smaller, and the distance from the apex to the base of the frog gets smaller. So if you measure that and you divide it in half to get your toe length, well, all of a sudden your toe has become longer. In reality, it's not longer. It's just that the back of the foot was shrinking. And so now you're going to be whittling on the toe. I saw somebody actually say this to a guy whose foot was doing this very thing on a hoof group the other day. Oh, you need to take that toe back. See? So let's look at this here. Just a second here. Okay, well, we'll look at this. Just a minute. New share. New share. Okay, so here's the foot. This is the front foot off a horse. Now, he was given these feet by BLM. These are of a horse that died in a roundup. And then in the book, he says he took them to a taxidermist and they were freeze dried. Okay, so in the book, he says the dorsal wall is 3 inches. And he doesn't say, well, he does say how long the heels are. He says, by the time he draws it, you got it down here. You see this foot? This is the foot. He is drawing this foot here, up here. This is the foot he is drawing down here. And this is where he says the heels are 1 centimeter. But see, here's the thing. If you are consistent, it doesn't mean somebody's lying, all right? I'm not saying he's lying. I'm saying that he made a bunch of mistakes and he did not realize it, okay? And that his mistakes have had far-reaching consequences. Clear to me, it altered my whole life. If you think I want to be here yakking about this stuff for however many hours I do every week for the last how many years, yeah, wrong. Okay, I never wanted this. I just wanted to be able to ride my horse, that's all. But because of this, see, that's why I'm sitting here now. So I have every right to critique and criticize every single word he writes, okay? Because his ideas affected me in a very, very, very big way. Okay, I know other people he's affected in a very, very, very big way. I'm sure he meant well. Okay, don't they all? I'm sure he meant well, whatever. Okay, but the fact of the matter is, he made some mistakes in understanding the anatomy of the horse's foot. He made some mistakes in understanding the anatomy of the horse's foot. And you'll see contradictions all over his book. And that tells you how he's made a mistake. And it's developed into a falsehood, even though he may think he's telling the truth. Okay? He still had pet ideas that he wanted to prove. So here we go. This foot is in the book a number of times, right here. And the front foot of the horse and the back foot. In it, he says that the toe lengths average 3 inches. Remember that, 3 inches. He doesn't write around this area anything much about the heels. But the thing about it is, in the book, in the picture, he marked the heels. So let me see if I can find a better picture. Okay, here's the picture right here of the rear foot. Right here, you see this dotted line? That's his. He marked the dorsal wall. You see this dotted line? He marked the heel. What would you call this heel? What kind of heel is that? Can anybody tell me? Do you see that on a horse where it starts here and it ends here? What do you call that?
The run heel.
Right. Okay, so he marked the heel. All right, later in the book, he draws this picture here. Where am I at here? And by the time we get over here, well, what happened to the heel? What happened to this heel? Where's it at? I don't see it on this foot. Do you? He marks 1 cm, and then he says in the book, literally, that every single horse had heels, actually 1 cm. One place he said they were 1 cm. Another place he said from hairline to the ground was less than 1 cm. See? So how did we go from this to this? Now, okay, if we see, I took this picture and I put it in paint, and I took my ruler, my sewing gauge, and I held it up there until I got this dorsal wall to be exactly 3 inches. And then I brought my ruler over and I measured the heel. And the heel was like 1 5/8 inch. That's a far cry from 1 cm or less than 1 cm, wouldn't you say? Anybody have an opinion on that? Do you see how this foot he drew is not this wild foot? This wild foot, over time, this old horse had wore her heels and underrun them. Okay, the front foot as well. Let me see here. Okay, here you go. Here's the front foot. See the heel? He marked it, not me. Here's the rear foot, 3 inch, 3 inch. And here we have the heel on this one. Okay, let's see. Let's do an annotate. Remember, we're going to learn how to do proportions, So just in general, let's see. Let me see. Okay, so let's say that's 3 inches. Well, to about there. And so we divide that into 3s. Well, I'm not very good at that. Into 3rds, something kind of like that. Okay. Now let's look at this. The length of the heel here, which is actually a little longer. How long would you say that heel is? Can anybody guess?
1.5 inches, 2 inches anyway.
Yeah, at least, right? On both feet. So then how is it? Let's see, clear. How is it by the time we get to where he's showing us what a true foot is supposed to be like? We have, well, okay, see, this is the measurement I did on the screen. It came out to 1 5/8 inch, 4 cm, which is 4 centimeters. All right. And so how is it that we get to this other deal? Now, this is what the foot would be like if the heel, run forward heel, were standing up. Right there. Now, this is on his disciple, Pete Ramey's page. Pete Ramey is a follower of Jamie Jackson. That's who he started with. And I can tell you that before I knew anything about Jamie Jackson, I was following Pete Ramey. Okay. And that even though, because the image put in my head eventually was that 30-degree hairline, no heel image. And so I went through this phase where I was seeing this true foot because of the two examples he has, while at the same time, I had the image of the one without the heel in my head. And I kept trying to trim this 30-degree hairline. That's Dr. Strasser. Okay, who knows that Jamie Jackson and Dr. Strasser were buddies and collaborated together? Does anybody know that? Do you know who Hildred Strasser is? Anybody know who she is?
Yes.
Yeah, all the
Okay,
Germans will know her.
She actually started a bear hoof in Hungary, and the bear hoof trimmers that I know of, they all kind of originated from that line of thinking.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Yeah.
her and Jamie Jackson are the same deal. Okay. She's got a picture of this cadet, not this one, but this other one, this horse here. Okay. They have a foot just like this, sliced down the center. She's got a picture of that in her book. And because see, they both started the natural hoof care. See, you think nature that this is based on science. Neither one of them based anything, as far as I can tell, on actual science. They based it on their opinions of nature. And like I'll show you a picture of her opinion of the coffin bone and how she draws a pyramid over it. Now, who else here knows that there's kind of a whole mystical belief system built around the pyramids? Does anybody else know that about that but me?
I've heard about it.
Yeah.
Okay, do you think that's necessarily science? I'm
Not
going to take
likely.
am I going to take a pyramid and put it on a horse's foot and then determine the anatomy and how to trim? No. You know, that's called sacred geometry. Sacred geometry is just hooky pook geometry on how people wanted to build their religious structures to make them more conducive to the spirit. Okay, has nothing to do with anatomy. Anatomy is pure science. Okay, now they can take a body like Leonardo da Vinci's, guy with the spread eagle out, okay, and draw a circle around it and say, ooh, see. Okay, that's not anatomy. Okay, the study of anatomy is a pure science. And I've been seeing this now for years. I saw it first with Cheryl Henderson. Okay, she bases all her beliefs on what this foot should be on sacred geometry. And then Hildred Strasser, I find a picture of her drawing a coffin bone with a pyramid over it. Okay, and then Jamie Jackson, same deal. Let me read you this deal. Just a second. It'll take me a second to find it. I get a little irritated when, see, I assumed when I learned barefoot trimming that they really knew the anatomy, but they don't. They don't. All their beliefs about anatomy are twisted into agreeing with some far-fetched idea. To me, it's far-fetched, that they have on nature. You know that there are mystical beliefs and that nature can become it's a religion, right? I mean, it can be a science, but it can be a religion too. Not only that, it was a religion where they actually sacrificed people. How about that? So, okay, so here's what he says. Up to this point in history, okay, farriers and blacksmiths have been arguing over dorsal wall angle right here and what you should use to determine the dorsal wall angle. And so they would lower or lengthen heels in regards to that. That was what it was based on. And they would try different mathematical factors and looking at the bones and looking at all this. But with Jamie Jackson, we all of a sudden come to find out, see, this was all a surprise to me. We have a new theory based on his ideas of nature that don't have anything to do with any kind of mathematical theory. And you do realize that math is a science, right? That geometry is a science. Okay, now people can take and hooky-pook it around and make it a religion. Like, who was that philosopher way back before even Socrates? That they worship numbers. Does anybody know what the name of that guy was? I'd have to look it up. Anyway, it was like, 4,000 years before the common era. And so before Christ. And so people can worship anything, but that is not science. Science and the scientific method is all about observation, experiment, repeating results, doing things where you're eliminating certain ideas or concepts, and you're seeking the truth is what you're doing on how an object is. Like on our physical body. Don't you want people to be studying your physical body in light of science and how things really are and not religion, right? It's okay if they have a religion and they can believe in God, they can believe in healing, like you have Reiki, right? That's not a science, people. Okay, that is a religion. All these things are spiritual beliefs. Now, something happens though, okay? Because science became science, the sciences arose. Well, people didn't want their religions to be left back there in the dirt. And so a lot of times a religion will crouch itself in scientific terms or try to pawn itself off as a science when it's a religion. And so I don't want to mix my religion and my science together. I want the truth. I want to know the anatomy of this foot. I want to know what the horse is born with, what he's supposed to have. What is the truth? What's the truth? And so here we go. So let me find it here. Okay, so he says in his book on page 81. First of all, he says, for example, two hooves with the same heel length and identical toe length could have entirely different toe angles. Well, yeah, I can understand how that is. Look, if your heel is underrun, okay, and your toe is flared on this foot, then you have another one where the toe is not flared. Could they have different dorsal wall angles? Sure they could, even though they seem to have different. First of all, I don't even think he understands what a heel is, but couldn't they have a different angle? Sure they could. He says, for example, two hooves with the same length and identical toe lengths could have a different toe angle. Similarly, two hooves with different toe lengths but identical heel lengths could have identical toe angles. Well, I'd have to really put in some stuff to prove that out. So it says conclusions based on these observations are that the toe angle of the naturally shaped hoof is determined by the axis, the angle formed with the ground of those bones inside the hoof, not the length of the heels relative to the length of the toe or any other such mathematical factor. And that's just not true, folks. Okay. Heel height does absolutely make a difference in dorsal wall angle. I just showed it back here. Just a minute. Right here. See, now, maybe not there, it doesn't. But do you see what I mean? This is a run forward heel, the angle of the hairline. You could have the same angle of the dorsal wall, but if the heel was correct, what angle is it going to change? It's going to change the angle of the hairline. And see, this is something they never talk about. Well, wait a minute. I take that back. Hildred Strasser talked about it because what she did was she had to make a piece of plexiglass with the 30-degree hairline angle and hold it up to the foot and then trim the heels down so that the hairline was 30 degrees. And by doing this, you get a ground parallel coffin bone. Okay, so he says, in the section on hoof sizes, heel lengths were found to be the same for virtually all hooves sampled. Now, he measured, or it says he did, 107 horses over a period of a couple years. And so he says that all the heels were the same. Now, I could see where maybe that's so, because look here at the heel length on this horse, if that's what he was measuring. But then why? By the time we get here, does he have a picture drawn of 1 centimeter heel? Why is that? And so through this belief, he got everybody cutting the heels right out of their horses. He says, he goes on about axis this and axis that, but he says, however, whatever determines precisely the angle of the digit of bone. Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong thing I was going to. He says, so forget about putting longer heels on domestic horses to increase their toe angles. That's not nature's way. See, he's trying to tell us that nature's way, this is nature's way, and that every foot has to look just like this. He's telling us that every wild horse that he examined had a 1 centimeter heel, just like this. He said, again, heel lengths were found to be the same for virtually all hooves sampled. Now, you see why it could get confusing, because in the pictures, okay, like right here, that heel is at least 1 5/8 centimeters. But by the time we get here, he's got every horse's foot 1 centimeter. Okay, so now you know why you're seeing these feet with these hairlines where the hairline goes from here clear down to the ground. Because that is what he taught in that book, and people took that to heart, and so that is what they're trying to trim. And that's why your horse is not doing well, because horses were never meant to have feet like that. Now, at the same time, he quotes Xenophon or however you pronounce it, that guy's name. I want to show you what Xenophon said. I need to find where he quoted him in this book so you can see how he took out part of the quotation. I've been reading this book for a couple days. Okay, I'm going to show you what Xenophon said about the horse's foot. Just a second here. I put it under Bracy Clark's, I think. Oh God, where did I put it? He said that the horse's foot should be high in front and behind. He's talking about, because now I'm forgetting where I put that quote. Okay, so the real quote from Xenophon said the horse's foot should be high in front and behind. You know what that means? That means the hairline. The hairline is high in front and high behind, where the frog is raised high in the foot. Let me show you something here. Just a second here, because we're going to look at that wild filly's feet. Now, remember, he said all wild horses have feet like this. Okay, this is the natural foot. This is the foot every horse was meant to have. That's what they all say. But this is not even this foot. Because by the time we get over there, he's taken off this run forward heel and just made this foot into a little triangle. And everywhere in the book where you see him drawing a horse with a foot, you then see a horse with absolutely no foot, just this little bitty stub here. But again, it's not even that stub. It's this stub. Every horse has this foot, people. That's the barefoot movement. Hundreds of thousands of people have been led to believe this. So we're going to look at that wild mare, which I got on my channel. Just a minute here. And look at her feet. Just a second. Get on my Facebook page. Everything's loading slow. Okay, just a second here. Okay, just a second. Well, new share. Okay. Okay, can you see that? We want to look at the hairline. Now, this horse has been in captivity less than a year. She was born out in the wild, because I'm telling you, they're running them in and getting rid of them as quickly as they can. Okay, so you see that? Let's take a screenshot of that. Just a minute. I got to save my nose picture. Just a minute. Yes. Going to take a screenshot of that, and we will, let's see, save as. Now I got to open it. Just a second. So, you know, sorry to criticize or examine this guy's work, but is it just me? Am I not seeing things right here? If I'm wrong about what I'm seeing, the mistake he made here, then somebody needs to tell me so I can correct it. Okay? But if I'm right, then somebody needs to tell them so they can correct it. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying? Or do we just let's just ignore it and all be friends? Because, you know, now that we call ourselves practitioners, we're like doctors. How many doctors will criticize each other? Can you tell me? You know, that professional courtesy where they all just cover up for one another. Meanwhile, you know, you went in for a simple operation and wind up dead. All because of their professional courtesy. They don't want to criticize another professional. You know, doctors are that way, lawyers are that way, right? See, I really resent this name that has come up that you call trimmers, practitioners. You know, if we're to look up the word practitioner, do you know what it's going to say? Can anybody tell me? What, a person who practices selling cokes to somebody? Well, she's a soda practitioner. No, what's it used about? The medical field. So you start calling somebody a hoof care practitioner, that immediately puts the impression on somebody that this one has medical knowledge and that they know what they're doing. A practitioner. You know, let me tell you, none of them are practitioners. You don't have to have any kind of qualifications at all to open up a hoof school or to even start trimming hooves. You can just ask Lana Kamarachi or whatever her name is. Okay. She hadn't been trimming hardly a year. She saw the writing on the wall that she ain't totally, you know, ignorant. She saw the writing on the wall when she started learning about TACT, that people were having the heels trimmed out of their horses. A lot of horses were going lame. She just went and boom, created a whole persona for herself as a hoof expert. Next thing you know, she's charging $40 a whack for markups. And next thing you know, she's turning out trimmers for her Apex trim page. And she really doesn't know the truth, the whole truth. But she was successful in that. All she had to do was get people to quit trimming the heels out of their horses, and horses started getting better. See? So this field is full of this stuff, full of people thinking they're experts that are not, and calling themselves hoof care practitioners, you know, or podiatrist. There's no legal, you could call yourself anything. And so if you're selling yourself, you're going to want to give yourself a name that's going to be better than brand X over here. See, because this is all marketing now, because this is a big money deal now. Okay. When you you just got to sit on your freaking rear end and collect money off your online class. See, people are greedy. People want money. People want attention. You know, this is the perfect subject for it. So what was I looking for? Oh, was it Exonophon? I was looking for the quote on, oh, maybe I put it under JJ. Let's see here. Looking for that quote of his. Actually, I think I was looking for something else, but I got to yakking and forgot what it was. Let's see, H-I-J. J. Come on. Oh, maybe this is it. Oh, just a minute. I'm looking at something. Oh, here we go. See, here's a quote about nature. Nature is the source of all true knowledge. She has her own logic, her own laws. She has no effect without cause. She has no invention without necessity. Okay, is nature an entity and a person? No, it isn't, right? What is nature exactly? See, these people have this idea that nature subverts any natural law. See, they don't look at it as having natural law like well, anyway, let me keep going here, looking for that picture. Darn. Okay, because I was going to show you where she draws a pyramid over the foot, if I can find it. Okay, well, here, I'll show you this instead. Just, you want to see the connection between Strasser and Jackson. And again, if you have tuned in here, what we're talking about is mistakes that people make when they study the horse's feet, and then they write a book about it, and then they have everybody practicing that mistake. And the mistake here is this, that he took and drew a foot with a 1 centimeter heel and said that all the wild horses he measured had one, well, in one place, 1 centimeter, in others, less than a centimeter. Okay, so if your horse has 2-inch heels, what has to happen to that horse's foot to obtain that ideal? Okay, so why can they do this? How can they get away with it? Because as you trim the heels down, it pulls the back of the foot down and it shoves the heel up, the physical heel up in the foot. So you don't run into blood most of the time. That's how you can accomplish that and think you're doing the right thing, because you are deforming the internal foot. Let's see here. Let me do a. Okay. So this was in a post that I was writing to somebody the other day, and I had posted this part up here where I was showing the original foot, and then how by the time he drew the foot, he cut the heels right off and made the bulb the heel. Okay. And so then I was sharing too where this comes from. And that is from Hildred Strasser taking 2 bones out of feet. This is a front foot, this is a back foot. This is in her book called Big Blue. Now, if you don't think this is about money, you know how much this book cost originally? $800. See? So this was in her book, and this is how she determined how high the heel should be. What she did was she took 2 coffin bones out of the foot. Now we know that there's a whole foot there. You got digital cushion, cartilage, heel going clear back into here. So she took these 2 bones out of the foot, she threw them on a table, and then she measured the angles just like this. Just like that. And she said, this is what a horse's foot should be like. He should have a 30-degree hairline, and he should have a ground parallel coffin bone. That's what you call ground parallel. A horse, a foot, coffin bone that sets flat on a table after you've taken everything else off of it. And then right here, this would be what she assumed the heel height was, which amazingly enough, she actually gave the horses even more bulb height than he did. You know, I was doing a video the other day, and I had a foot out, and I measured the coronary band, and it was 1 centimeter. See, he is mistaking the coronary band with the bulb before it's all stretched and deformed as the heel. That's why he rounds it out. But this is her heel version here, but still that 30-degree hairline. So I was looking at that and I seen both of these together, and then I seen it, how his foot and her foot are just so similar. And I'll bet you they both have the same 30-degree hairline. Now, has anybody ever gone to the internet and typed in 30-degree hairline, hoof? Ever done a Google search on that? You're
Nope.
going to find, well, it's pretty interesting. Here, I'll show you.
I don't want to confuse myself.
Yeah, well, am I confusing you by what I'm showing you here?
I'm
Somewhat,
listening
probably.
carefully.
Okay. Okay, so we want to go back to the basic thing of what happened here. He took, let's do this. He took, wait a minute, new share. Okay. He says this is the true foot right here. This one dead wild horse. He said all the horses he measured were just like this one right here. He says their dorsal walls are 3-inch. Later in the book, he says all heels he measured were 1 centimeter or less than a centimeter. But in his picture on this foot, he marks the heels and he tells us the length of the toe. So we can measure the toe and we can figure out that the heels were over 1.5 inches long. Okay. Then later in the book, by the time he's explaining to you what the true foot of the horse is, he has cut the heels off of this horse here in his drawing. He draws what he says is the ideal foot, and he says that the dorsal wall angle should be this, but the heel is only 1 centimeter high. Yet we know when we look at this horse that this horse had deformed heels of at least 1.5 to 2 inches, underrun heels. But I guess he didn't want him to have underrun heels in the drawing. And so he just cuts the heel out and he makes it like all these horses all had 1 centimeter heels. Then his teaching goes around the world. And you have countless individuals thinking this is the way a foot should look and trimming the heels out of these horses, trimming myriads into mechanical laminitis and other hoof diseases and body ailments, thinking they're doing the best for their horse. I mean, it's one thing if you want to trim and screw somebody's horse up because of your beliefs, or you even want to train trimmers and you have a school, okay, then you have that trimmer screwing your horse's feet up. It's a whole different ball game when they have advertised to you that this is how to fix your horse. This is the best thing for you to do for your horse. And they get you to decimate your own horse's feet. And then when things don't work out and you aren't getting that rock cruncher, all right, and your horse is having all these problems, they've developed an explanation. Well, you don't have enough pea gravel. You know, you need more of a track system. He needs more movement. Nothing wrong with all that, okay? But that isn't the reason your horse is screwed up. Your horse is screwed up because he's supposed to have 1.5 inches to 2 inches of heel, and you're trimming him down to 1 centimeter. And you're crushing his inner foot, and you're taking that foot and you're deforming it and binding it and just making him suffer. And so it's a whole other deal. when you take an owner who just wants to do the best for their horse, who's already been screwed by some farrier, you know. And so this is the big hope. Oh, natural trimming. Yes, this is it. No shoes. Oh. And you have that person that loves that animal now destroying that animal slowly. Now, do some horses adapt and for some reason they escape some of the really detrimental adverse things that happen to a point? Sometimes these horses, just the way their feet, the horses are, they adapt, okay? But what about the fact you never, ever, 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 ever hear of all the failures in barefoot trimming? Simply for this one reason, for this mistake that he made in his book, saying and telling us all that all horses should have 1 centimeter heels. Okay? Now, so you have all these men and women that took him as the god of hoof care, and that this was the way it was. Is it the way it is? Here's the sample. Here's what he wanted it to be. This is his idea. He wanted hoof angle, which farriers are obsessed with for years, for centuries. You know, gee, dorsal wall angle, hoof angle. Should it be the angle of the shoulder? Should it be the angle of the pastern? Should it be the bony column this way? You know, they've been obsessed with this for 250 years and arguing over it. In he walks, he's a farrier, and he comes up with a whole new theory that nature determines the angle of the hoof. But here's the deal. Then he says, oh, heel height doesn't mean anything one way or another, but all these horses have 1 centimeter heels, by the way. Does your horse have 1 centimeter heels? Who here? Anybody here? Does your horse have 1 centimeter heels?
Not yet at all.
Do you want him to?
No, never again.
Never again. Yeah, never again, because he did have them. They were trying to put that on him, isn't that right?
Yeah,
You know,
he is, yeah.
Yeah, that's
He
exactly
was
what that,
allergic, right?
yeah, that's exactly what that trimmer was doing to your horse, because that's what she was taught. This is the image that was put in her mind. This is the image that was put in my mind. Okay, the 30-degree hairline. And I kept trying to get it, and Valor's feet just would not go there. For one thing, we found out that when you trim the heels down like that, that the foot wants to stand up anyway, and it just pulls those heels right around and under, right? So right away, the horse develops false heels. Well, then you go cutting those out. And like him, I just had to keep trimming his heels down and keep trimming his heels down. No matter what I did, the hairline kept rising up. You know, finally one day, and I kept thinking for a good seven years by the time, see, I started with Gene Ovanek's trim. That wasn't too bad. And then I got around Pete Ramey and Paige Poss, and them doing trimming from the top was her trim. Trim my horse into mechanical laminitis on that one. Then Pete Ramey's trim. Then, can't remember, Cheryl Henderson's trim. all of it goes back to here. And the worst part is that I learned it, and then I was sharing it with others. See, wonder how many horses I killed because people followed me when I was following them. And so So I have a responsibility to expose this, whether they like it or not, whether any of your barefoot gals like it or not. You know, the nasty gals on the hoof forums and the barefoot pages that don't want you to have any other idea at all and will defend this to the death. Okay, so so I'm working on some stuff where you're just going to have a flip book. You can flip in front of somebody's face and flip through and go see. There you go. You want to continue to have that idea, and you don't want to open your eyes, and you don't want to see the truth after it's shown to you. What kind of person is that? So, okay, anyway. Now, do you understand what happened here? The mistake he made? Do I have to go over it again?
Nope, I got it.
Okay.
No. We got
Okay.
it.
Do you think it's important for us to understand this?
Absolutely.
You know,
Yeah.
you think it's important for other people to understand it?
If they'll listen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah. Well, whether they listen or not. See, you know, because, you know, when I have a little gal, a sweet little gal that was led to trim this way and trim both her horses into mechanical laminitis and finally had to have them put down, saying stuff to me like, when I think of what I did to my horses, I want to slit my wrists. Say, this is serious deal. Who the hell do these people think they are? You know?
But I mean, the thing I'm thinking about is how could he have made such a mistake? I mean,
Yeah.
did he just, I don't know how because you can see that he's been measuring the heels and then he just decided to not take them in consideration. I don't know how.
Yeah. 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 It's funny, isn't it? Yeah. How could he do that?
I mean, because some people here in Sweden, because I'm from Sweden and we have a lot of hoof practitioners here that work like this, and people I talk to sometimes I believe have difficulty talking about heel length and heel height. They can't really seem to see the difference that there can be a difference between the length and the height.
Yeah.
And I don't know, is this something that he could have done here, that he just didn't think that heel length, because it was under the hoof, wasn't significant, and he just measured from the ground up to the hairline and just
yeah. Well,
I mean the height of the heel instead. I don't know. I mean, it seems, I just can't understand how.
Yeah. Well,
what
see, if we look at this filly, you know, pretty much fresh off the range. Where is she here? Is that her? Just a second. We look at this filly. Okay, can you see that? The filly's feet?
Yes.
Okay, if we look at her feet, there's no way on God's green earth that you're going to measure from the hairline to the ground and find 1 centimeter. You know what I mean? The way he worded it, it was so weird. You know, I don't know. You know, I don't know if he had, you know, as he was going, he developed a pet theory, because this happens to people all the time. They come up with an idea and they think it's pretty cool. and they think they've had an epiphany. They think they've had a light bulb moment. And it's like, aha, it's the answer. Okay, but then when they really start delving into it, it doesn't pan out the way they thought it would. But instead of letting it go and just going back to the drawing board and, keep learning, keep moving ahead, sooner or later you'll understand. They take that and they make it their doctrine. And then they start formulating all the so-called information and facts around what they want to believe to make it fit what they want to believe, rather than taking their belief and waiting and eventually conforming it to the truth of the object as it pans out. Does that make sense?
It's hard to admit if you've been wrong.
Yeah, it is. But see, a true scientist loves it. Okay. Because the more you find out where you're wrong, the closer you get to what is right. See, because it's really about truth. And the study of all this is done because life is at stake. Life is at stake. It's not a matter of I'll tell you, sometimes I feel under pressure, that I got to be right about everything for sure. And then I remember, no, I don't. I don't have to know everything. I'm still learning, but I'll tell you what, I've done a bunch of learning in the last 18 years. And I can look at this foot and tell, and multiple wild horse feet, and tell that they're not like the foot he said. This is why I want to find somebody to go to Litchfield, California, to the BLM corrals there and take pictures of horses' feet. Now, there's just a lot of things said in that book that don't make sense to me. And I think he made a lot of mistakes and a lot of misjudgments. I wouldn't say did it on purpose, but isn't it natural for humans to make mistakes? So he made a mistake. And as a result, I have to be here now trying to figure it out to help my horse, because I want my horse to have the feet he was born to have. So anyway.
And I mean, if people here in Sweden would look at these feet now, they would say that, oh, you have to take the heels down, because they think that this horse will get too long heels.
Mm-hmm.
Because they haven't seen correct hooves. And
Yeah.
that, I think, it's the big problem here anyway. Not for everybody, but for most, because they think that, oh, the heels are too long, you have to take the heels down, you have to have frog pressure,
Mm-hmm.
and all that. So if I were to post this picture here in a couple of hoof groups, that's the main answer, I think, to
Mm-hmm.
chop the heels off, because they are too long.
Yeah. Yeah. And even I was surprised in a way at the angle of the hairline, but then I found, and I wish I could find it here now and read the whole quote of exactly what Xenophon, or whatever his name was, that general of Alexander the Great, said about choosing a war horse and their feet. He said they should be high before, that's up here, and behind. Isn't that what you got here? High before and behind, with the frog high up in the foot. See, let's look. You'll see how high her frog is up in the foot. Just a minute here. Let's watch her here a little more. Let me go back, see if I can get her where she turned around. The high and lofty foot, that's what he called it. And so all the Greek statues got horses with feet just like this. Okay, so hopefully she'll turn around here in a minute. You'll see the back of the foot. You'll see that the frog stays clear up here. Clear up here. And so when you trim the heels out, it pulls it clear down here. See, so the high and lofty foot, you know, and so if you keep lowering the heels to get frog pressure, it just pulls all this down and under the foot. And it takes this hairline and lowers it down here. Okay, you can kind of see it here. The hairline's clear up here. See, that's just amazing. I almost got this filly. Somebody got her before me. Okay, so her frog stay is clear up in here. Clear, clear, way up high in the foot up here. See that? See the hairline is clear up here. That's what is meant. If you were to look at the frog, if you had this foot in a dissection and cut it in half, you'd see that frog clear up in here.
But Linda, the cartilages at the back, they do look a bit contracted, or is that a visual illusion?
Oh, they probably are a little bit because she hasn't been able to wear her frog off like she should, and she's still growing.
Mm-hmm.
So she'll be growing without wearing frog off, and so her cartilages will expand up and not being able to be released like they should be.
Mm-hmm.
And stuff like this filly is probably the same age as that. You know, I show you that picture of is it?
Yes, of the Indian colt. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
and you see that the cartilage and the bulbs in back, they're just bulging out, right?
Yes.
You know,
but
because
they're not rounded in like hers. They're a bit rounded in. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that horse wearing out. See, I'm thinking that all this whole foot's supposed to exfoliate, including the periopal frog and periopal in the frog. And so when it doesn't, on a growing horse, it binds this part of the foot under. Like, I think if gosh, I wish I could have got her. I think if like you're to get this filly and gentle her down and then trim her frogs, you would just see the back of this foot go woof, like that, you know. So she is slightly foot bound, but amazing feet. Now, there's another horse. There was two other horses I did too, but yeah, that looks. Yeah, he called it the high and lofty foot. Okay, so I'll show you these other horses. Just a minute here. Okay. So all these horses, because I asked them, when were they caught? They have been in captivity less than a year. So that's not enough time for their feet to totally distort. And they've been trimmed one time because they run them all in and trim them before they bring them. And all these horses were from, where was it? He told me, I'll have to remember. Over by they might have been from the Great Basin area, the same place, if I remember right, because he said they came from over around Nevada, California. And I do think that is the Great Basin area. Okay, so see how high the hairline is up here, the bulb's up off the ground. You know, that's no centimeter. Or as he says, less than a centimeter. You know, see, the problem you got is that he was a farrier. All right. And they have been incorrect and off the wall on anatomy for hundreds of years. You know, so he didn't know what he was looking at anyway. So when you don't know what you're looking at and you're trying, you know, I'm sure he was sincere, trying to find out whatever, you know, but you don't know what you're looking at to begin with. You can draw conclusions that are incorrect. I have. Okay, so see how high the hairline is on that foot? This is, okay, I keep saying about how that frog has to come back and up, and this hairline has to come way up. While you're watching that, I'm going to go find this picture. Of course, most of these horses wind up as meat somewhere.
We lost the video.
Oh, you did?
Yep,
Yeah.
black screen.
There you go. Well, I guess when I switch to try and go find a picture, it goes to a black screen. So I'll just have to stay here. Look at that. That's just awesome. Look at the hairline. Same here. Now his is down a little bit at an angle, but look at this guy here. So, you know, people that want to hold on to this belief come hell or high water, they're going to make excuses. Well, he was in captivity. Well, the feet grew. Well, blah, blah, blah. Well, then let's go look at some that aren't in captivity and you find the same thing. See? Okay, so anyway, I'm going to stop that there and find this picture I wanted to show you. You know, how can we develop these horses' feet if we do not know exactly what they're supposed to be to begin with? Because it's obvious that when you get the wrong idea of what they're supposed to be, that it can be devastating. Devastating. The hoof care industry has been maiming, laming, and killing horses for centuries now. 1750s with LaFosse coming up with the whole frog pressure doctrine. So how's that? 1750, 1850, that's 100 years. 1950, that's 200 years. 2000, that's 250 years plus 20. So 270 years they've been laming, maiming, and killing horses with their teachings on frog pressure and lowering heels. And the belief that horses should have high heels was coming back until Jamie Jackson and Hildred Strasser. Isn't that something? See, everybody thinks, oh, Dr. Boker, he's so great. He figured out this frog pressure thing. No, he didn't. They've been promoting that and teaching that for centuries. These people are just regurgitating ancient false doctrines that are horse killers. Lowering heels to obtain frog pressure trims the heels out of the horse, deforms the foot, and can lead to permanent injury and the death of the horse. It can trim people. It can trim horses into mechanical laminitis and every other disease, including canker, navicular, bowed tendons. I want to add DSLD because everybody hates it when I say that. Absolutely not. It's genetic. I'm sure there could be forces predisposed to that. Body issues, you name it. Screw their feet up like this, and it's causes all kinds of problems. So, okay, let me find this picture. So anyway, probably going to get a cease and desist order in the mail. I had these people do that to me. All right. So where I would go out to trim these horses, across the road, there was this white horse, and he was nothing but one standing cocklebur bag of bones. And so it just really bothered me. Finally, I found out who owned him, some farmer, and I went up to their house to see if they were interested, because I knew some people had a church camp thing going, and they had a bunch of horses there, and I thought, well, maybe they'll take him. And so they said they would. And so I thought, okay, well, maybe I can get these people to, they obviously don't want him. And so they lived about 4 or 5 miles away. And so I found out where they lived. I went over to their house and talked to this lady. I go up to the house. First of all, they had lots of cats with lots of cat food all over. Second of all, they had a nice brand new flatbed truck there with bags and bags of grain. So these people obviously had cattle and they had money. It was a nice place. And so I meet this lady. Of course, she's overweight. I'm overweight. Okay. But I'm overweight and I feed my animals. All right. So a lot of times you'll see people, a lot of these abusers that starve their animals, you can tell they ain't never missed a meal. All right. So I talked to her and I said, hey, I was just wondering, you know, I have some friends and we have a camp, and, help kids, blah, 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 and looking for horses if you'd be interested in selling this horse or donating him to the camp. Oh, I just couldn't do that. That's my baby. I've had him all his life. That's just my baby. And I'm just like in shock, you know, that she's treating her baby like this. And so I let it go. And then it just kept bothering me. So a couple weeks later, I go over to her house again. And I said, because see, he's not there by the house where she can see him. So I'm thinking the best of her. I'm thinking she hasn't seen this horse for a while. All right. Her husband takes care of it. And it's also in with some llamas, which come to find out they were llama hoarders. All right. So I go up to her house and I said, hi, it's me again, you know. And I said, well, you know, I was just wondering about your horse. If you had seen him lately, I said, because he just really doesn't look too good and stuff like that. And she looks incredulous, like, how could this happen? I said, maybe your husband isn't feeding him the way he should. Oh man, she got totally ticked. Told me to get off her property, never come back. Then a week later, I get a letter from a lawyer saying not to go onto their property. See, Well, oh no, what happened in between there and me getting the letter was I'm downtown, I see her, and I said, oh, hey, how's your horse? You know, and I pretty much read her the riot act for starving her horse and treating him like crap. Some baby he is. I mean, this horse's tail was stiff with cockleburrs. And his mane and everything else, you know, her baby. And then it was about a week later, I get a letter from a lawyer telling me, you know, not to go on their property. Not that I was going on their property anyway. All you had to do was drive by. Well, then the horse disappeared. So there you go. Or I think oh yeah, and I turned her into the cops too. Guess what? This guy worked for the county. He's a good old boy. You know, these good old boys, well, they're like the trimmers, you know, and the farriers and the doctors and the lawyers. You know, you don't want to criticize your fellow professional there, right? So, you know, so I'm doing this is going on YouTube, and I'm showing these mistakes he made, and I'm talking about how it affected me, and the countless, for me, because I never counted them, stories of people whose horses have been harmed and lamed by these doctrines. Okay. So, you know, he's the one that said it, 1 centimeter heel. Yeah, well, okay, so in this picture, I'm going to show you just how full of hooey that is, boy. Out of the mouth, out of their own mouth. Let's see, where is it? But they don't see it. See, they don't see it. They're not doing it on purpose. This is an error, and it's a mistake that they unintentionally made, because nobody would do this on purpose, right? But still, it's a mistake, and it has to be corrected. And if you think they're just going to roll over and go, oh, gee, sorry, that's not going to happen. Let's see, H. Oh, gosh, I hate it when I lose stuff. Oh, well, here, I'll show you some of these. Show you the results of what this does. Let's see, new share. Here, this is probably your horse. There we go. This horse was purposely trimmed to fit that ideal of the 1 cm heel, because they don't even know what a heel buttress is. They don't know the heel buttress is trimmed out of this horse. They think this is the heel right here, the bulb that's been pulled under the foot. See, this is where, this is a relatively anatomically correct foot, where I've taken the foot out of the capsule, but then I've just set it back in. Should have at least this much up here. Look at all this is pulled clear under the foot. So the high and lofty foot. Now you see the hairline. Even this foot had some of the heel trimmed out and the frog was pulled underneath, but not anything like what you're seeing here. This is a David Landerville foot here. Right here. He trimmed specifically to get the Jamie Jackson model. Okay, that's why he's rockering and ramping the heels. Does anybody know what ramping the heels is? Rockering the heels, slippering the heels. Okay, so that's what he does there. Now I have to go find this other picture because it definitely pertains. What did I put that under? Man, well, I got to go to the Facebook page because I posted it on there. So hold on and be patient. See, I'm not doing this just so my horse can have good feet. You know, and I don't do these hoof chats just so all you can just learn to trim and your horse can have good feet. I do this because there's a great injustice going on here. You know, I'm on this one hoof group that I accidentally got on, and I see so many people come in there with these feet that are being barefoot trimmed that are so horrendous, and you can tell they love their horses, you know, and they just want the best for their horses, and they're getting such bad advice. And then you have these women, all right, who consider themselves God's gift to the horse's hoof, all right, and they will withstand you at every turn. There's one that said she wished she could get the moderator or the admin to approve posts, you know, because see, they don't want you to be able to talk. They don't want to hear any other ideas. And so they will fight. They'll fight to the death to hold on to their false ideas. And I'm not being rude. I'm not being anything. You know, I'm just like stating some facts, and I haven't really gotten like what I haven't really got into holy. Well, I did here last night, got into some of the stuff on that group. But I'm not rude to anybody, or, you know, let's see here. Okay, so we're gonna go here to the hoof group. Let me do a new share so you can kind of see what I'm doing.
Linda, when you've got a sec, can I ask you if you've ever engaged with Jamie Jackson? I assume he's still alive.
Yeah, he is. He just wrote a new book and stuff. No, I have never talked to him. Now I've conversed with David Landerville, you know, and that was a real unpleasant experience. That was an unpleasant experience. What was even more unpleasant was having to deal with the idol worshipers that follow him, you know, because they all can be nasty. And barefoot trimmers, they can get, you know, hey, we can debate, but you don't have to get really nasty like some of these people do. And if you guys have ever been on these hoof groups, I'm sure you've seen how they can get, how they can, do we allow the insulting baloney? Even if I don't agree with somebody, you know, I don't come on, I don't insult them and, you know, stuff like that or anything. Now I'll ask them not to share certain things. You know, I'll say, I don't want you sharing Pete Ramey's method. Well, first of all, they hate it because I do that. They hate it because I bring up what these people teach and show how I don't think it's correct. And man, they just hate it because you're not supposed to say anything negative about anybody. You know, well, you know what? They are all probably wonderful people, personally, but their teachings are really not applicable to every horse, see, and are really messing up some people's horses. But you just never hear about those people. They fall by the wayside. You know, you don't hear about the failures. Okay, just a minute now. I got to find this one picture. Just a minute here. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay. It was Dan Gorman. Where are you? Just a minute. I'll see if I can look through it and find it here. Did you see the picture of the nose that I posted?
Yes, I did. Fascinating.
Is that funny or what? That your nose has lateral cartilage?
No, I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Was it
do
on
you,
Facebook?
do you see it on there now?
No, not now.
Oh, wait a minute. New share. Oh, there you go. You see it now?
Yeah.
Ah, there you go. Yeah,
That's the nose. That's the
that's
nose.
interesting.
It is, because look, it's got lateral cartilage. Ha ha ha. How funny. And it's also got fibrofatty tissue. You know what that is? That's adipose tissue. That's the digital cushion. And I just, out of curiosity today, I thought, does the nose have adipose tissue in it? And I found this drawing of the nose. And then I was like, oh, and they call it lateral cartilage. How funny. You know, I thought it was funny just because they're using that as an example of the foot, how the foot wants to be in a certain place, in a certain shape. And it's got the same stuff in it as the foot.
Has a bone too.
Yeah, exactly. Plain as the nose on your face, huh? If it was a snake, it would have bit you right in the nose. Let's see here. So I was answering and showing Dan. Oh, is it here? 22 comments, might be here. Dan Houghton. I sent him a picture. Okay, here's a 30-degree hairline. This, if you look up 30-degree hairline, you'll find stuff like this. See there? Strasser, worldwide hoof care. See the hairline? And then here. See, and you'll find some pictures of a piece of plexiglass with this drawn on it, and you hold that plexiglass up to the foot to cut down the heels. See? And okay, here's what I wanted to show you. Okay, this is a page out of a Strasser book. And I had not seen this page before yesterday. I just seen the ones where she throws the coffin bone on the table and measures it and says this is what the heels ought to be. But if you notice here, she's got a pyramid and a compass drawn over it. You see the pyramid right here? Just a minute. Save image. So I can enlarge it. Let's see, new share. Okay, you see this here? See the flat coffin bone right here, drawn. Okay, so here we go. Here's your pyramid drawn over the foot, or you could call it the, what do you call it? Something and compass. Cheryl Henderson uses the same thing to put it on the foot. Okay, so this is her pet theory. And so she's going to force the coffin bone to fit this image here. Okay, just a second here. Okay, now, this is what I want to show you. How coffin bone is not ground parallel. Let's see, new share. Okay, so what I found when I dissected this foot was that the sole corium that is underneath the coffin bone here and it lips up over the edge is that it gets thicker as it goes towards the heel, and that the coffin bone is at an angle in the foot. It is set at an angle in the foot with the sole corium, like a Dr. Scholl's gel pad, gets thicker as it goes towards the heel, like it has more padding. Let me see if I can find this other picture. Okay, see, this is what I mean by hooky pook, where you're taking your religion and making it a science. It's like there are true building principles, right? But then you can get into the deep aspects of masonry, and that's where it starts to get into the mystical. See? And so you can't take whatever they call that. What is that called? The something and compass of the Masons. What do you call that thing? That's a compass, but square.
In German, you said it's a angle map. Like,
okay.
Yeah.
This is called the square and the compass. Okay, and this is the sign of masonry, and also of the pentagram and all this stuff. This is sacred geometry being applied to a foot. All right. But you see, what do we study? We study the inner foot, and then that hoof capsule has to conform to what the true inner foot is and grow from the inner foot. The inner foot determines what it should be. But if it gets trimmed wrong or grown wrong or any of this stuff, then it starts to deform and conform the inner foot to its distorted shape. Well, I thought I had that picture there. Maybe I didn't. I did this. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I know where it's at. Let's see. LMU. I got this LMU folder for Linda's markups. Maybe it's in there. LY. LMU. LMU. Oh, cripes. Where did I put that? Did I put it under JJ? HIJ. HIJ. Oh, well, here, you can look at this while I'm looking. New share. Okay, so an example of support. Okay, this is science. This is building principles. I'm not using hooky pook, sacred anything. You know, a lot of us gals, we've had to kind of learn to build things, having horses and stuff like that. And so we're kind of outdoorsy types. And so we understand the concept, how you can't just cut half the building off and expect it to stand upright, right? So here's your horse's foot. This is the foot every horse has. Now, some of them, this area, like right here, this is the physical heel of your horse. This is your horse's foot, and it goes up here too. So this whole thing is your horse's foot. And here's the coronary band that extends behind the heel to grow this big support beam back here. And then it grows and it connects to the back of the lamina of this heel here. And so this heel here, now one thing I have seen is that this part of the heel can have some different depth to it, a little bit different depth. Not an extreme different amount, but somewhat. So that could have an effect on the angle of the hairline. Okay, like a horse could have more depth in the heel back here. That would make its hairline even steeper. Or a little bit less, then it might come down a little bit. But their foot shape should, or their capsule shape should be determined by their inner foot. The angle should be by the inner foot, everything by the inner foot. The problem is that when the heels are trimmed out, the inner foot, because it's cartilage and fat, can be deformed and pulled down to a place where it shouldn't be. But it always wants to go back up. That is, and it doesn't always do that great on its own when it's really been trimmed out. And that's when you see all these weird imbalances in the foot. And so, so this is the real foot here. And it wants to be like this. So if I try and force it to be like that, what's it going to want to do? It's going to want to stand up here anyway. And that's where we get that deal where the sidewall here gets pulled around and it develops false heels. So I'll let you look at that there a minute while I go see if I can find this deal that I made. Drat. Okay. Well, I got one other place to look for it, if I'm still allowed there. Since I posted this. Maybe not. They don't have an admin on the page, which is nice. You know, no admins. Everybody, you got farriers, you got barefoot trimmers, you got everybody there. And everybody has altering opinions to a degree, you know. And that's okay for that page. But because it gives me an opportunity to speak, and of course, sometimes people don't like that. So I'm going to close this. I'm going to go to that page, see if I can find that picture I want. Man, it bums me out when I can't find a picture. A second here. Let's see. Are you still looking at that one picture I have up there of the building?
Yes.
Okay. Just keep that on there. Keep thinking about that there a little bit while I look for this. Oh, boy, this horse is walking so bad. I'm looking at a video of a horse on there where his heels have been totally stripped out of his feet and being trimmed by the owner. And you should see how she plops her front feet out there because she just can't stand up. Well, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find this. Oh, okay. I found it. Yeah, 95 comments there.
What's the name of that page?
I can't say.
Oh man.
If you,
I wondered
if you message me, I'll tell you, but I'm not going to say on here because I don't want them to kick me off, you know.
Okay.
So
yeah, I'm on a lot of them too, and I just silently follow. And
yeah, let's put it this way: it's not the failure hoof care page, okay? Okay. Let's see. Okay, I think I might have found it. Unless they took all my pictures off. Looks like they may have. See, it would figure that they don't audit anybody but me. Oh wait. Of course, then I'm always thinking that. Oh, nope. Here we go. Maybe they did take me off. They left another guy on there that was Okay, wait a minute. You know, okay, I found it. I found it. All right. Let's see. Let's put it under. Hoof mean 106. That's what we'll have it be. Okay, so new share. Okay. Okay, so this is from this is a deal I made here. So I showed you how he tells us the measurement of the dorsal wall on this hoof specimen here. He doesn't tell us that he measured this heel, but he says all heels he measured were 1 cm. Well, he marks it down here as 1 cm. In another place, he says it was less than 1 cm. So we can take this 3 inches and we can figure out, since he marked the heels, how long the underrun heels on this horse were. Okay, so and I figured it out to be a minimum of 1 5/8 inch, which is a lot more than 1 cm. Okay, so now we're going to go over to this foot here, a foot that what became my poster hoof, which is a wild horse's foot that Cheryl Henderson gave to Pete Ramey. That's been on his page since like 2006. And so he leaves the heel buttress and the sole on, but he took the wall off. And so I know that if you measure this coronary band, it's about 1 cm. On every single coronary band I've measured, they're about 1 cm wide. And so I can take this and I can go 2 cm, 3 cm, 4 cm. Okay, almost 2 inches. And so this is a person that follows this person. And he has this picture on his page, but he can't see it. Instead, what he does is he ramps heels and he gets the foot to pull the coronary band down to here to look like this, because this is what education does to a person. If you don't know something to begin with, and then you get with a teacher that thinks they know, but they're really wrong, then they're going to indoctrinate you and put a mental picture in your head that's going to be stronger than what you see with your eyes. And so when Pete Ramey looks at this, he don't see this. Okay? He sees this right here. And so did I. Okay? Because I have videos way long time ago where I printed out a picture of this foot and kept talking about how this is the foot, this is the foot, this is the foot, and yet I kept trying to trim to this. You see how that mixed message? So you ask, how could he make that mistake? I don't know. How do we make those mistakes, right? You know, how do we make those mistakes? That's why in science, okay, it all has to be proven out. When my horse did not function like he should have, I started looking for answers, and eventually, you know, I started this hoof chat out with saying, I used to say that he based his trim. I had never read his book, though. I only saw this picture and read odds and ends of things he said and what people like Ramey said about him and stuff. And so I said, for the longest time, well, barefoot trimming based on one dead wild horse that wore its heels out. I did not even realize that this horse had run forward heels yet. I also did not realize till later it's a rear foot. So see, I'm learning more all the time. Then I get his book here 6 months ago, and perusing through it, and I notice he has marked the heel here. This is when I find out it's a rear foot, and he's marked the heel length. And at the same time, I'm reading the book and I see the picture he drew, and I see he's drawn a heel length. First of all, heels don't look like that. Okay, you got to remember, when he did this, he was a farrier, and farriers don't know diddly squat about anatomy, but they think they do. See, because they've had pictures put in their head too, and they all know that their profession has issues. Okay, they know it does, just like he knew it did. He knew about all the arguments and everything else. Okay, so then when I finally, the only way that I discovered we were trimming, had been led to trim the heels out of the horse, was when I was in 2016, I'm doing a detailed bit by bit explanation of every bit of the hoof capsule and marking it up. And I'm starting here, and like the part where the coronary band groove is and the wall, and then the wall attached to the sole, and you know, the toe and the toe quarter and the quarter, and then the heel, and I got back to right there. And it was one of those light bulb moments where you realized, wow, we have been led to trim the heels out of these horses. What?
An epiphany.
Yeah, that's what it was. You know, and now the thing about it is, the funny thing about it is that the year before, in 2015, because see, I didn't tell you, the last time I did the real major barefoot trim on Valor on his front feet, he was standing up here at the old trimming tree that's now cut down, and he just leaned way, when I went to move him away, he leaned way back, and he acted like I cut his feet off, and it freaked me right out, you know. And so that's when I gave up. That's when I quit for like about a year. Well, did I quit then? I can't remember now exactly, but also for a period of time, I would wake up in the morning and I would have this thought, because I was pretty obsessed with wanting to fix him. You know how it is when you screw something up you love, you want to fix it, right? So I'm pretty obsessed with wanting to fix him. And so I would wake up in the morning and I would have this thought, okay, if I got any hooky poop going on at all, it was this. All right. And it was this thought that said in my head, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. No kidding. I wake up in the morning thinking about, how am I going to fix him? What am I going to do? You know, why is he acting like this? And then I would think that thought, you know, and so I started growing his heel. But I didn't know what I was doing until later. I was making that illustration and found that heel buttress there. I just thought, well, his heels are underrun. Yeah, obviously, now I know why his heels were underrun, right? Because trimming a horse's heels down like this pulls the back of the coronary band down and curves it so that they grow forward like that. So that's why my horse's heels were underrun. And they were underrun because his foot would never hold in this position. It would always raise back up and look like it had more heel. So I just trim more off. And so now he has underrun heels. Well, that's like a horrid disease. You know how that is in barefoot, right? Oh, underrun heels. And so I thought, okay, mechanically, in order to fix that, I'm going to have to grow them so that they can straighten up. And Well, sorry guys, but I can't answer the phone. Just a minute. I can't even find the phone. I'm just going to let it ring. Anyway, the point was grow the heels up, get the horn tubules in the toe to kick back and stand up the heel, and then trim the heel back down. That was my thinking. But thank God, literally, before that happened, I was doing that illustration on it wasn't on this foot. I was on another foot where I was doing every little part, and I got back here and I went, what's that? And so then I never trimmed his heels out. But you know what I did to my pony? I regrew some heel. All her horn tubules and her heels stood up, and then I trimmed them down again. And she's never been the same, ever. So still trying to fix that, see? That sent her into mechanical laminitis that she has never fully recovered from. And that's just why I say to people, don't be telling people to take the heels down, you know, because I know that you can just get to that point where you do something one too many times. And we're not at a place where we understand enough to be able to fix some of these situations that have gone on so long. I don't have the, not when it's not too bad. Yeah. Okay. But when it gets to where they're rotating all that. And like I've said before, the only reason she hasn't been put down is because she never started laying down or doing any of that stuff. She never really had the total laminitis walk with their feet way out in front and their hind feet way under them. If she'd have probably been having all that, I probably would have put her down. I wouldn't have known how to deal with that. But because she's in relative comfort and, seems to like living life, and because I felt the responsibility that hopefully I would learn enough at some point to be able to help her and fix her, I never did put her down. Again, if she was suffering, I would. But, I've seen horses that have acute, severe rotation and laminitis. They lay down all the time. They get pressure sores, all this kind of stuff. And she never did that. It's all mechanical. And so she's foot bound and she's got a laminar wedge. And I have not been able to get rid of that yet. That's all. All right. So anyway, so do you see here? This man on his, that does that kind of trim. Now, wait a minute. Got to show you something else here. So he's on David Landerville's page looking at a foot that's been totally mutilated, saying it's hoof porn, which I'll show you here. See, because they don't know what they're looking at. I didn't know what I was looking at either. Okay, because those ideas have been put into my head. So whether you come up with the idea and spread it or it gets spread to you, it's like a virus. And you get pop-ups. You know what I mean? Pop-ups. And the pop-ups keep you from seeing what's right in front of your face. And so he cannot see what's right in front of his face. And so he does a trim. Just a minute here. Let's see. Where should I go? Now, a lot of horses, you know how horses are pretty stoic, right? They can be in a lot of pain and they don't really show it that much unless you know the horse and you've seen them when they're not in pain. But they can be very stoic. A lot of times they're in pain and people will blame their behavior on, well, they're just lazy, right? You ever seen that? Where people say that's a lazy horse. He just does that on purpose. But see, now we know it's probably his feet, you know. Okay, just a minute here. Okay, so, well, we'll just go here. So this lady was on our hoof group at one time. And she is a hoof expert, according to her. And she shared this on our group after I'd been working with her. She befriended me under some pretty funny pretenses, and then she shared this picture on our group. Let me show it to you. Maybe I shouldn't show you her name. Wait a minute. This is a woman. She befriended me just to see what she could get out of me. I never thought I had anything people wanted. I guess I was wrong. She actually had written articles in magazines, and she charged people. She had an online class, and she had all this stuff. And she wrote me a letter in an email and said, oh, I'm retired, but I'd just like to not monitor you, but see what you do, blah, blah, blah. She lied to me from the get-go. She wasn't retired, and so she was just always trying to get information out of me and new discoveries and stuff like that. And in the end, she wound up doing what these gals usually do, which is kind of jacking me around and stabbing me in the back. And but she posted this picture at one point, which I will share with you. And this is when I saw where, let's see, make sure I do the right one, because I don't want to show her name. Okay. So she posted this on our hoof group. This is like 6 years ago. She said, wanted to post this today for everyone's educational benefit. Now I'm telling you, this is after I've been telling her and trying to teach her about the heels for a while. Okay. It says, it is a photo from Pete Ramey that shows awesome heel buttress, heel bevel, and wall bevel. I marked the photo. Take a look at the slight difference of texture of the horn of the heel buttress, blue, versus the rest of the wall texture. At that time, we were starting to see some heel buttress grow in, and it seemed like it had a different texture than normal wall. So she said, and the bevel, okay, says, can you see the bevel from the heel platform down the back to the widest part of the frog? And the beveled wall from the heel to heel, plus a nice height to the heel platform. She has no clue what she is looking at. And neither does he. All right. So this is what you call ramping heels. Okay. Just a minute here. I'm gonna put this in paint. Wait a minute. This is what you call ramping heels. This is what David Landerville does. And Pete Ramey did not used to do this. He got to watching David Landerville because David Landerville takes really pretty artistic pictures. And because he knows that these trims don't work. All right. In fact, I just read a thing on his webpage that said his whole first book is wrong. There you go. His whole first book is wrong. He says that. Okay. Well, his second book ain't much better. But anyway, he said the whole first book is wrong. And so he knows his trims aren't working. They're not developing that wild horse foot. So he's looking for answers, like all of us. not admitting as you're going that it's not working, then writes a new book. This is the answer book, supposedly. And so when he runs into David Landerville, who takes awesome pictures, makes these feet look awesome, even though he's deforming them. And then he starts trimming like he does, which is this heel ramping deal going on. So just a minute. So I'm going to show you something here on this, how messed up this is. Just a second here. Got to keep moving stuff. So where's the new share? Yeah, that Linda, all she does is diss other professionals. I'm not a professional. I'm not a professional. I don't trim for a living. I trimmed a few other horses while I was trimming mine. I am a horse owner and now an advocate. I'm just a horse owner that wanted to fix my horse. That's all I am. Don't accuse me of being a professional. Now, because professionals, well, they're not going to say anything bad about each other or their methods or anything like that, because what you do becomes so much a part of you that if I critique his trimming and what he thinks and what he says, it's personal. See? Well, it's not personal. All right? It's, look, you put yourself out there to say this is how we ought to do it. Well, we ought to be able to look at it and see if there's something that ain't kosher. Okay, so here's what happens here. Here's the seat. She calls this the heel platform. It's the sole platform. The heel, let me get this here. The heel is right here. Just a minute. Hold on. Yep, the heel is right here. And the heel buttress should have been right in here. Although a lot of it's already trimmed out. Because see how the back of this hoof curves down like that? This curves and pulls way down here. And so what you do in a heel ramp is, okay, see this blue line here? He has marked that as the heel buttress. Pete Ramey has marked this as the heel buttress. And what you're going to see is how this totally does not fit with the very foot that is a perfect wild foot on his very own page. So this would actually be the heel buttress right here, right in here, about. Okay, but what they've done is, like right here's the sole. Okay, right in there. Okay, what they've done from the seat of the corn down as far as you can go to the back of the frog, they have beveled this, cut this part of the heel off. Now, mechanically, what's that going to do? The horse is going to land here. He's supposed to have a heel buttress to support and stabilize the wall here. It's gone, basically. And so he's going to land here and he's going to roll back to here. What's that going to do with this part of the wall? It's going to push it all forward this way. Okay, so just a second here. We'll go say no. Just a second. So you got to understand what happens mechanically to these feet. New share. Okay, so again, this is Pete Ramey's picture. These are his words here. Okay, he's beveled the heel buttress from the seat of the corn down to the widest part of the frog. But what they do is they trim the frog down and back as far as they can back here. And then from the seat of the corn, bevel that heel off right there. Now he thinks this is heel buttress. Let's just turn this around. Look at that. See, now if we were to take and open this up with Snag It, where I can spin it around. Let's see, new share, Snag It. Let's see, copy, paste. Okay, let's try and get it. There you go. Do you see the coronary band? Look at the red in the coronary band. Can you see it? The inflammation from being pulled down here. Okay, how the cartilages are all being pulled. Look at the growth rings, how they're curved. Like that. See, he's pulling the whole back of the foot down like that. Why is he doing that? How did he go from just taking the heels back and beveling, kind of beveling the whole thing, to ramping the heels? They also call it rockering. Rockering the heels. Well, if you rocker it, what's it going to do? It's going to make the horse rock back. When he rocks back, rocking, that rocking motion is going to pull this cartilage down. It's going to push this wall forward. This is not the heel buttress. It was clear over back here. And most of it's trimmed out right there. Let me go back.
Linda?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen, I kind of fell into watching some of them before I found you, about maybe the same time.
Yeah.
They may not absolutely trim in the heel, but it's still to promote frog pressure.
Yeah.
That's the same reason behind it. They
Exactly.
still think that they can do that. Yeah.
Yeah. And then they trim the frog. Now they're trimming the frog way down in back, and then beveling that heel like that to force that frog pressure, because see, they think with Dr. Boker, he come up with this BS about, oh, they're building up the digital cushion. And so now they think that by forcing this, they're building the foot.
Yeah, and they show that big bulge, the cartilage will bulge up, and they'll say, oh, it's developing, it's getting bigger.
Yeah. And then look at the dorsal wall, how it's curving. See, flaring out forward, because you're taking all this anatomy and pushing it up into the coffin joint, which is causing the coffin bone to rotate back. But then you're trimming all this out and forcing it forward. So you have the foot pulling one way and the capsule pulling another. And then you can see all the inflammation up here. And that is a sign of inflammation, that brown too. That's blood. Oh, okay, so now here's David Landerville's foot. Okay, this is David Landerville's foot. This is where Pete Ramey got this idea. Now, this is the foot on his page, and he says what a wonderful foot it is. I'll tell you something else that's interesting, is that because I've been looking at his page for a long time, he got this foot from Cheryl Henderson. And on the original page, it said cadaver foot, feral cadaver foot donated by Cheryl Henderson. All right. I'm on his page a couple months ago, and I noticed he'd taken off any reference to her. And I can't remember now, but it seemed like he even took off any reference to it being a feral foot, you know. But I thought it was interesting he took off any reference to her, you know, because now she's the hoof butcher. According, you know, they got that ABC Hoof Care Beware site, right? That people put up. So this is his foot right here. Look at the coronary band. Is it straight? let's look. Can you recognize the coronary band, everyone?
Yeah.
Okay, is it straight from here to here? I mean, it's a little pushed up here and there, but basically from here to here, it's going to have a straight hairline, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to have a pretty high hairline too, right? You know, okay, here's the back of the coronary band that grows the heel buttress. Now, here's the physical heel of that horse. It's got quite a heel there. And of course, the heel buttress grows and connects to the lamina on the back of the heel, and then joins up with the sole right here. And then they grow down to the ground together. So do you see how this heel buttress supports the back of this foot and the back of the foot, the shape of the foot, the coronary band, the cartilage, how that has to be a specific configuration to do that?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm going to tell you right now that this right here is about 1 centimeter. This area right here. The coronary band itself is about 1 centimeter. So how is it that you can trim out this heel to where only this part is there? Just a minute here. Let me move something. Let's see. Hold on. New share. How can you get a foot to like that to do this without, you know, blood erupting, right? Because look, because see, that's about 1 centimeter right here, bulb on the ground. Okay, so if I was to cut the heels to here, let's see, let me do annotate. Annotate. What color should I use? Blue. All right, so if I was to cut the heels to here. Look how close. There would be no sole there, right? I'd probably run into blood, wouldn't I? What do you think that would do to this foot? See, when Lafosse and then Saint-Bellat, okay, there was Lafosse who come up with this idea that horses should have low heels and frog pressure. To do that, you had to cut the heels out. Saint-Bellat, who was the first head of the newly formed Royal Veterinary College in London, Saint-Bellat believed what Lafosse said, cut the heels off all these horses, and they all went lame. He didn't change his idea. He just thought he had to do it more gradually. Okay, you could see why if a horse had, up to this point, they believed in high heels. Now, all of us for the previous 2,000 years. Now, in 1791 to 3, when Saint-Bellat is the head of the Royal Veterinary College, and he believes what Lafosse taught, and he's cutting all the heels off these horses. Well, all the horses back then had high heels. Like this. A configuration of a foot like this. So if I was to come in, let's say the horse, for some reason, his frog was, I don't know, let's say he lost his frog for one reason or the other. Maybe he shed it. So there's no frog in between these heels, and I just come in here and I cut the heels off to here. I'm probably going to run into blood, aren't I? So he didn't change his mind, even though, and you got to remember, I'm telling you about this because these ideas are also what influenced Jamie Jackson. Okay? 270 years later. Because Saint-Bellat, he trimmed the heels out of these horses, and then he just thought, oh, well, maybe you just don't do it so fast. See? Because also at the time, I think they had believed a 45-degree dorsal wall angle at the same time. So it's a combination of heel trimming and wall angle and frog pressure belief. And so just a minute. Gotta clear that. So instead, he come up with the doctrine that you had to just do it gradually. Well, okay, let's do it gradually. Okay, so I come in here. Let's say I want my dorsal wall to be at a 45-degree angle, which is going to be out like that. Okay, and I just come in here and I just take it off gradual the first time. There. Okay, so that lowers the horse's foot. Just a minute here. Let's do this. Oh, wait a second. Oh, hey, I know what I'll do. Wait, I got an idea. Stop. What's going on here? Let's see. Clear all drawings. Get rid of the annotate. Okay. Okay, get rid of that. We're going to do this. Now, before we go do that, I want to show you, this is David Landerville's foot mapping. This is his foot mapping. Do you know what he's showing you here? Can anybody guess what these marks are? He's showing you. Oh, go ahead. What do you think it is?
I said, I don't know. I
Okay.
forgot my mic was on.
Oh, that's okay. He's showing you the progression of what the foot's supposed to do. Say, starts out up here, you trim some heel out, it comes down to here. You trim some heel out, it pulls it down more. You trim some heel out more and more and more. That's
Linda,
what he's showing. Huh?
Can I just ask? I mean, do they do it to encourage the heel first landing, or why
Yeah, all
they do
that.
it?
Yeah, all
Yeah.
them lies that they came up with.
Because
Okay.
it's interesting, you know, I asked the trimmer who is very popular here,
Mhm.
and you know, it was a long time ago, and he trimmed my horse once, and he, how you call it, beveled the heels, I think. And that's, you know, when I asked him why, I have actually the pictures I need to find, because I
that'd
took
be
the
great.
pictures. I will find them and I will post it so we can have a look at them. It's just somewhere on the drive.
Okay.
He told me to encourage the heel first landing.
Yeah, because that's what they're told. Everybody's just a tape recorder repeating what they've been told. They've never studied it to the nth degree to prove it out. You know, from what I have studied, horses don't land heel first. They land more flat. Okay.
Yeah.
And you think about it, the mechanics of the way a hoof is built, if they landed heel first with their toe up in the air, they're going to
No.
slide forward.
Yeah.
They
need to dig, basically.
Yeah. And so see, there's all these sayings in barefoot trimming that are not true, but
it's very interesting, you know, because also, you know, I have a horse that came from Siberia, actually, to Hungary, you know, that stallion.
Yeah.
And these horses, because I look a lot at, you know, this type of horses on the net.
Yeah.
And I talk a lot with the local breeders there, and what they say is they actually had a pointy hoofs. And the point of the pointy hoofs was because they were like used for post, you know, to deliver stuff. In all the 19th century. That's how this breed came up, really, because they were really hardy and they can pull the weight for a certain period of, you know, for mileages or whatever they called it, like 28 mileage horse or something, whatever, I don't remember. And they had pointy feet, and they actually landed when you said flat, because they were going into the ground that was very soft and wet and like a bog or something like this on the road. And they had to slide in and feel with the toe where their foot is going.
That makes
and
total
that's
sense.
what the breeders told me.
See, that makes total sense.
Absolutely. So from practical perspective, it makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, that's fabulous. Because see, I study Valor's prints
and
out here.
They didn't have round feet.
Yeah.
They had quite a long, like what would appear long toe, but it also had heels.
Wow.
What I say, yeah.
See, and what you said about how they land and they slide like down
into the mud. Yeah.
Yeah, into the mud. In fact,
there was no road. There was no road there.
And they're pushing up the mud in front of the foot as well. Well, just like you would, you know what I mean? And what you said about how they're feeling with the toe, that was so awesome. I never even thought of that. You know, studying the prints for sure, you know, and you can see where the toe goes in, and it's just like driving like a bulldozer, driving the mud up in front of it.
But you know, my experience from, you know, because these horses were specific for this muddy terrain. So that's a different type. I mean, like the horses that were in the mountains, they won't have that. They would have a different foot, obviously.
Yeah, but then again, there's always the chance of horses being in mud or in slick conditions somewhere. And so because the basic design of the foot as such, you know, just the way the coffin bone, the shape of the foot, the way the whole pastern angles down forward that way, you know, the shape of the frog as an anti-lock brake, you know, kind of just slows everything down.
It kind of makes sense for that type of landing that you describe.
Yeah, it just really does. So
because you see what is interesting, I think from the physics perspective, if the horse was designed to land heel first, the coffin bone would be inverted almost. It's like rocking horse kind of thing. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes,
because then it would roll.
Yeah.
It would be different. I mean, it would be a different design.
Yeah, it would.
Because the motion would be like a rocking horse. I mean, I'm exaggerating. It's just a picture. I mean, you understand, right?
Yes, I do. Yes, I understand exactly what you're saying. Well, that's just really cool. See how, you know, you're getting this knowledge too from these breeders that have been doing this for what, hundreds of years?
I'm actually going to check the magazines. I have like 20 years old magazines with these horses. I'm really curious. I mean, it's black and white, but I'm going to find them.
Okay.
And I'm going to just compile some images.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. We'll share those on here too, if that'd be okay.
Yeah, I will.
Okay. Okay, so what I want to do here is I just kind of want to show a simulation of what would happen if you trim this horse here to be like that horse there. Now, listen a minute. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Okay. Okay, so do you see a difference here in the coronary band, how this one curves down like this and this one doesn't? Okay. That they don't know what a heel buttress really is or how it grows or what it grows from back here. They're supposed to. I'm not supposed to. I'm just a horse owner. I'm depending on them. Unfortunately, there's so much error in the hoof care industry for the last 250 years. You know, instead of being a science that advanced, the only thing it advanced in was error. So because here, I told you about Lafosse in 1750 something, comes up with, got to have frog pressure. Horses need to walk on their frog, got to lower those heels. Sainte-Belette was the head of the veterinary school, newly formed in London, Royal Veterinary College, appointed by the king. Okay, same king as that we had the Revolutionary War with. I found that out. I thought that to be rather interesting. And then after 3 years, he got sick and died. All right. And so then this guy that wasn't even an anatomist, didn't have nothing to do with animals, by the name of Edward Coleman, was appointed by the king. And he was a real brown noser too, let me tell you, because I was reading his book the other day. He could not brown nose that king enough. You know what a brown noser is? Somebody kiss your rear, you know. So he could not kiss that king's rear enough. And that book, oh, His Majesty this and His Majesty that, and oh my. And so he was appointed by the king. And then his book, in 4 years, he wrote a book on hoof anatomy and horseshoeing. And his ideas, he took Sainte-Belette's and Lafosse's ideas, he put them in that book. He was the head of that school for 40 years. And those ideas got entrenched in the veterinary profession and in the farrier and horseshoeing profession. And his book is so jam-packed full of errors and lies and total complete BS and mistakes out the yang, that it's just like gobsmacked, dumbfounded. That's how bad that book is. Okay. And so all these years, I just kept finding these errors on what they would say about the feet and what the foot really was. When you really get to looking at the anatomy, that's why they got to draw a picture all the time. See, Jamie Jackson ain't the only one. They all do that. They don't use a real foot to describe the anatomy. They draw pictures that agree with what they already believe the anatomy says, because a lot of times they're looking at feet and going, well, this don't agree. Well, you know, instead of going, gee, maybe I was taught wrong. Okay. They just go, well, we can't have people thinking that. So, let's just draw a picture. Let's just illustrate it. Okay. So one error upon another, and they've been killing horses for 270 years, because you cannot be wrong on anatomy and not have consequences. Okay. Because everything about trimming and shoeing has to be done according to a correct understanding of what that foot is really supposed to be like. So, okay. So, you know, Ramey here is just replaying what Lafosse and Sainte-Belette and Coleman and boom, 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 down through the centuries, they have been teaching, except for a short period of time, where here in America, okay, a lot of these cowboys and, you know, Western people, they did not shoe like that or trim like that. In fact, a lot of cowboys rode barefoot horses, by the way. And so a lot of cowboys, and like I had a really good farrier when I was in California, Bob Johnson. I watched him when he'd trim the feet, he'd leave heel and take toe. There was always, like, when he'd trim off a rim, you would see more toe than heel taken off every time. So as Henry Hamerling says in his book and in his paper on hoof angle, which is really about heel height and frog pressure and the beliefs about that, He said in 1991, he said that leaving heel and growing heel and, was coming back. For the past 25 years have been coming back. Well, in walks Jamie Jackson and Hildred Strasser, and forget that. It gets worse. It's worse. This is worse, I think, than anything that has been done before. So, and because now they're saying it's the natural foot. No, they'll quote Xenophon, Xenophome, or whatever his name is. They'll quote his name and they'll quote Bracy Clark, when in reality, those two men were diametrically opposed to everything these people teach and do. So here we go. Let me get, let me see. Let's see. Do I need an arrow? I got to find something here. A line. We need a line and we need a color. So I believe that this horse's dorsal wall should be a certain degrees, and that the hairline should be 30 degrees. So how am I going to get it that way if I think this is the true foot that this horse ought to have? Okay, well, I'm going to come up here, and if I take off too much heel, he's probably going to go lame. Or let's say he just has a big fat frog, and I'm just taught to take down to frog pressure. Okay, so I could come in here and let me get a line here and just take off this much right there. Okay, well, what happens? What happens is, see, now that I wish that would attach to the picture so I could maybe I need to do annotate, because annotate will stay on there maybe. So if I do that, then guess what? His foot's going to lower that much, right? Okay, so then let me get rid of this. I could come in here again and take off a little bit more, and his foot, see, my line is not moving with it, so you have to use your imagination. I'm going to lower his foot a little bit more. There we go. Well, at the same time, okay, you see how this is curved here? Okay, the back of the foot don't stay like this. Why is that? Because when you lower this foot, it wants to stand back up, but it's attached to the foot here, and so as it tries to stand back up, the coronary band stays here, but the rest of the foot moves up. And so it curves the coronary band and the cartilages and the bulbs down and around and behind the foot. And then as all of this is getting pulled down this way, what's happening to this heel? It's getting shoved up like that, so that eventually, well, this is not working for me. There we go. Eventually, I can trim this, clear down into here, because all of this is going to be pulled down. This is all going to be shoved up. And look, you're getting an arch in the quarter right there. You're also getting, so you can never get a clean white line right there because you got this phony arch. And this becomes so common, they think it's part of the anatomy. See, they take a capsule off a foot and they'll see that the foot is arched. Just a minute. So anyway, but the point is, now I'm just pointing it out that this foot here is not at all like this foot here. See, look at the coronary band. Look at the coronary band. This heel is gone. Okay, this heel right here now is clear down here. If it's even there, or if he hasn't, what you got here is sidewall. That's not heel buttress. What you got here would be the wall that's right here in front of the foot right here. And then all of this is curved down and distorted and deformed. So he learned this from David Landerville. I'll show you. Let's see, where did I put that? Did I put that under JJ? See, because David Landerville, see, they go back and forth, bouncing bad ideas off each other. Okay, so David Landerville read Jamie Jackson's book, and then Jamie Jackson, or not Jamie Jackson's book, he read his book too. He read Pete Ramey's book, and he said, Pete Ramey said to burn the image of Jamie Jackson's wild horse foot into your brain. And David Landerville says, I took that literally. All right. So then, because he's an artist and a builder and a very artistic person, just a minute. He tried to figure out a way to make these feet to develop into this kind of foot. And he found that if he rockered the heels, he could slowly bend that foot down, only he doesn't see it that way. He thinks the foot is developing. See, they all think the foot is developing. They don't see it as the foot being destroyed, as the foot being distorted. See, they're sincere. They really believe that what they're doing is right. But they're wrong. Okay? I believe they're wrong. I'm showing you why I believe they're wrong from their own stuff. See? Now, I have lots of writings from David Landerville and exactly what he believes and exactly where his beliefs came from, which were Jamie Jackson and Pete Ramey. And so he believes that one foot is the ideal foot. And so if you believe that, like I did, I tried to get that foot for 10 years. You know, I kept thinking I was in a state of transition and that natural barefoot gravel crunching hoof was right around the next trim. That is how much this stuff can convince you of that. And of course, you have to keep going because your horse is getting unsound. See? And so you have to keep going because you have to try and fix him. And you wind up just torturing your horse. And this is absolutely what happens. And they all know it. Okay? They know that this transition period that they keep talking about, I can show you in their own words, all right, that you have to be willing to endure what your horse is going to go through. See, in order to get there, Just a minute here. See if I can find this other deal.
That, what you just said there is exactly what my farrier would, he would literally tell me, just don't look at her.
Yeah.
Yeah, just don't look at her. She's gonna hurt. Just don't look at her.
Yeah, it's bull. It's complete bull. Yeah, now have I ever read David's little ditty on the heart of hoof development? Okay, I remember what I was going to show you. It's going to show you Pete Ramey saying that David's feet are hoof porn. And then I'm going to read you a deal that shows you that they know they're torturing these horses, but that this is necessary. Let's see. You know what kills me? I see a young horse bounding around, and I know it's just a matter of time before they get their hands on him, and take away and clip his wings, so to speak. Let's see. Okay.
That's exactly what happened to mine. As
Yep.
a yearling, she was running around here on these rocks like they weren't there. And then as soon as he started trimming her to put her frogs on the ground.
Yeah. Yeah.
And next thing you know, I couldn't pony her on trail rides anymore. She had to have shoes on even before she was 2 years old.
Yep. They're destroying these horses.
Yep.
So, okay, I'll show you this one here real quick. So Daisy Alexis Picking does the same thing. I'll show you. Promotes it, calls it slippering. Just slippering those heels. And they always have this explanation for it. And it's not true. They believe it. They're not purposely doing this like I know this trim doesn't work and I know I'm deforming the foot, but I don't care. I want all these horses to suffer. That's not the mentality here. The mentality is, I think I'm doing the right thing, but they're not. They're deceived. Now, has this happened before to people in history? That they thought something was right, but they were wrong and it caused a lot of suffering and death for everybody else? Has this happened before? Sure. Yeah, somebody's going to listen to this and have a cow. I hope you do. Okay, let's see here. Okay, new share. Believe you me, the temptation is just to shut up. Okay. This is Slippering Heels. There's a big article on it on the Easy Care site of her slippering heels, cutting the heel buttress completely out here. And I know more now than the first time I saw that. And so I can look at all the pictures and I can tell that there was something. I can tell what happened. And I can tell it at the horse. I had a girl tell me that the horse used for the example later got laminitis and had to be put down. See, now she also told me don't tell anybody that. So I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what I was told. And this gal that told me lives in the same area, knew the lady who had the horse, and the horse got put down. Well, when you do this, you are setting them up to get mechanical laminitis. Okay, you are setting them up by trimming the heels out to get trimming induced mechanical laminitis. In my opinion, okay, so again, here's the seed of the corn, and then you just ramp off that heel. Only she calls it slippering. Okay. And I looked at the x-rays. She shows this horse and she shows the x-rays. That horse had pretty good feet, except he had long toes. Okay. By the time all was said and done, he had no sole under the toe, and the back of his foot was bound, pushing up into the coffin joint, and the side of the wall was bulging out from trimming the heels out. Because this is a form of trimming heels out. See, what they say is that you're not trimming the heels out, really, by doing this. You're allowing them all this here to walk on. Okay, but what it does is they roll back on the frog right here, and that pushes the whole foot under and pulls all this down and around and in like that. So I was going somewhere and I can't remember where. Let's see. I see all these great horses just being decimated. Okay, I was going to show you some. Okay, I keep wanting to go to the great hoof porn of David Landerville. Pete Ramey saying it's great hoof porn. Just a minute. And show you a foot that is, you want to talk about cartilages and bulbs and everything being bent down around the back of the foot. This is the poster child for that. And why did they do this? Why did they make these mistakes? Because they never knew the truth to begin with. Pete Ramey is a farrier. Jamie Jackson's a farrier. Gino Ovanek's farrier. They looked at these feet and they made they drew incorrect conclusions that they taught as for sure doctrine. Because they didn't know the truth to begin with. Why? Because nobody did. That's how bad it was. Why didn't anybody? Because just about the time that the sciences really took off and people had the freedom to research and think, Mr. LaFosse came along, then Sandballot, then Edward Coleman, 40 years, and established the error, and it is carried on to our day. So, like I said, it's not like they're doing it on purpose. They're all sincere people. But sincerity is no guarantee for truth. And I'm telling you, neither is experience. How many of you have known these farriers, been farriers their whole life? Okay, and yet everything they know is incorrect. Okay, where would that be? Maybe I put it under, did I put it under Pete Ramey or Jamie Jackson? Let's try Pete. LMNOP. PR. Ah, here it is. I found it. I've been trying to go here for like 15, 20 minutes and keep getting off into la la land. Okay, let's see. And now, oh, there you are. New share. Okay, so this is a picture on David Landerville's Facebook page. He's a great photographer. Like I said, that guy, he is an artist, you know. You know what? If he would have been introduced to this foot here first, that guy would have figured it out, okay? Because he worked for years to figure out how to gradually pull all this down and give these horses a 1 centimeter heel like Jamie Jackson's wild cadaver foot. And I'll show you pictures where he took, I think I have before, where he took a thoroughbred horse and basically molded its feet into that. Of course, we've got a picture of the horse walking and he is all frickered up. So you see the coronary band, you see the cartilage is totally pulled down. So the coronary band goes just like that. So the horn tubules here are going to be little to nothing. And then they get bigger here. Now I managed to keep the toe back. And so, but see, this is actually jamming and a curve from being pulled down. See there? Look at the growth ring. See how it goes down like that? Not supposed to do that. Look at how sucked in it is between the bulbs there. That would mean the digital cushion that's supposed to be up here, just right in here, got stretched and pulled down all the way under to here. Okay, so here's everybody commenting. Okay, like this gal. David, I would love to buy some large pictures of your hoof mapping. I showed you his hoof mapping where it shows how you gradually trim the heels down and pull the back of the foot down like this. And he thinks that's hoof development. Then enter this one in at your local fair and photo contest. Here, I can't, so jealous. This gal, women are the worst. Such a work of art in so many ways. We are, you know. how easily are we deceived? Not to get religious. Okay. Wouldn't talk about Eve or anything. Okay, so such a work of art in so many ways. My reaction also was, wow, this should be framed. The bigger, the better. This gal here. Oh, not only are you a genius at trimming, he is a genius. She's right. Okay, for him to figure out a way to gradually lower the heels, to force it to be like Jamie Jackson's One Dead Wild Horse, whose heels were horribly run forward, and he cut out in his picture and then said all wild horses have 1 centimeter heels, all natural feet. This was a great feat, so to speak. Okay, yeah, not only are you a genius at trimming, but your photos are spectacular. She's right. Okay, then this gal says hoof porn. Love it. Okay, next guy, super picture, David. Who's this person here? Anybody read that word? Recognize that guy? Pete Ramey. Jen, talking to her. Hoof porn, I love it. Jen, you took the words right out of my mouth. Oh, look here. Then this next guy. Art, science, spirit, philosophy book, please. Just what we need, a philosophy book. You want to talk about the most worthless profession on the face of the planet? Not everybody. There's a few good philosophers, maybe. But for the most part, all they've done is sit around on their butt in these colleges and figure out ways to screw us all. All right? Just ask Lenin. Okay? Or what's the other guy that wrote the Communist Manifesto? Oh, Marx. They're all philosophers. Okay? These people sit around and just have nothing else to do but think about how to mess us all over. You know, how to screw with the government, how to, you know, create division, get us thinking we're believing different things, but really we're all believing the same thing. And yeah. Okay, you can take that back to Plato, by the way. You read Plato's Republic, okay? That's Socrates and Glaucon, or whatever his name is. They're sitting around trying to figure out a way that they could control education and make everybody believe what they wanted them to believe, in spite of what history said, in spite of what the truth was, how they could control the world through education. Okay, so Socrates, because that's what we're dealing with here is education. When you are educated in a way in something that is not true, then it indoctrinates you, it programs you, and that's the way you see it, and you cannot see the truth. You can't handle the truth. Heck, you can't see the truth. See? Obviously, remember, this is the foot on Pete Ramey's page, on his web page. Okay, I also could not see it. I saw it, but didn't see it. Okay, it took me several years to get back here and go, aha, we're trimming that thing out. So they want a book from him now. Okay, his science is junk. Spirit and philosophy, there you go. See, I told you. These people are more going to the hooky pook than they are to the true science. Now, if you want to be into hooky pook, I got some of my own hooky pook. Okay? I believe in God. I believe in spirits. I believe in demons. I believe, you know, the powers of good and evil, all that. But that's not what this is about. This is a horse's foot. This is anatomy. This is in the physical realm. It's not spiritual. Okay, it's not mystical. It's not a mystery. It's a physical object. It is subject to all the physical laws. And I'm not even going to say physical laws of nature. Okay. I'm just going to say physical laws, because who the heck is nature? You know, nature has become a god, a she god to people. Now, if you want nature to be your god, God bless you. Nature bless you. Do whatever. I don't care. What I'm saying is what we do in looking at this horse's foot has to be 100% provable science and anatomy, period. No hooky pook, no freaking philosophy. I mean, if you want to add a little, nice, quaint sayings or whatever, fine. But this has to be anatomy. Okay, now, God bless Dorota, who is in our group, because listen what she said. Not being critique, but I cannot see the heel buttress. My horses would go lame on such feet. I am in a different part of the world, et cetera, just wondering where the true path is. Well, she knew where it was, but she didn't want to say, because if you speak up in this little group, what are they going to do to you? Can somebody tell me?
They'll crucify you.
Exactly.
They will eat you alive.
Exactly.
Yep. Then they'll block you like I was.
Yep. Were you on that group?
Not that one, but that Okinawa, whatever little, that little Japanese
Oh,
shoe
yeah.
and
Okay.
girl.
I know who you're
Yeah.
talking about. Yep.
Yeah. I argued with her and she just blocked me.
Oh, yeah. You know. And, well, okay. I can say that I have kicked a couple people off our group, you know. So you can understand why, right?
Oh, yeah.
If you believe this stuff, and then somebody comes along saying, absolutely not, that's not true. Well, you can't have that, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you think that is the truth, then that other, you know what people are always telling me? That I'm dangerous. Isn't that funny?
Mm-hmm.
Depending on what you believe, maybe you are.
Yeah, maybe I am. Yeah, you're dangerous. You know, the way you talk, that's dangerous. You know, these are people that want to shut you up, you know. So whatever, you know. And this scout tells her, you're not seeing them as a separate structure, because they're not. What the heck is she even talking about there? Yeah. See, and then everybody's a parrot. They just parrot. See, I don't want you to be a parrot. Okay. I don't want you to just repeat something because I said it. All right. I want you to understand what you are looking at. Okay. And it takes some time, because you've got, okay, you have the hoof and the anti-hoof going on here. All right. False hoof. How many of us have seen that these horses can have a foot that is not true to what it's really supposed to be? You know, false heels, false bars, false this, false that, periopal frog, you know. This foot, its ability to try and save itself and adapt and turn into something else just to deal with the distortion. And you don't even know that you've got a false thing going on, you know. But see, we can know now, because this is the true foot. The internal foot is the true foot. And so, but the problem with that is, once the hoof capsule gets deformed and distorted, like if we were to take the hoof capsule off this horse, his whole foot would be curved. It wouldn't look like this in the back. It would be curved down, around, and under, and the frog pushed forward. And you would even see an arch right here, maybe. So you would think that was the real anatomy. You see the problem here? And so only by the fact that, see, probably without this foot, I would not be where I am in my understanding today, because I kept going back to this foot and back to this foot, because this was the wild foot. This is the true foot. This is the one that gave me the idea that the horse even has a foot. You know, they're thinking the foot is this thing here. No, that's just a shell. That's temporary. That's here today, gone tomorrow. The real foot is what's inside, and it's not a bunch of parts. See, that's another, see, all these errors built upon one another, like thinking in their head that this is full of parts and not realizing that this is a foot covered with skin. And yeah, like that. And so it's one error built upon another, upon another, upon another, upon another, upon another, to where it's a whole house of cards.
And really, if they dissect some of these feet, like this foot on the screen, if they dissect that, it's going to look, you know, all pulled under, and they're going to think it's the right kind of foot because that's what they're seeing. You know,
Exactly.
it's pulled down, it's crunched, it's whatever, but they're going to think it's normal.
Yes. Yes. That is right. Just like I did.
So
You know,
if you dissect a crummy foot, you're going to have a crummy idea. If you dissect a good foot, you're going to have a good idea.
Right. You know, and unfortunately, most, especially domestic horses' feet are crummy. And so those are the most of the feet they dissect and stuff. And here's another thing. It's rare to pull off hoof capsules in one piece. Usually they cut the wall off like he did here. Okay. He cut the wall off, which I'm so glad he did. He left the sole and the heel buttress. You know, as soon as you take off this part falls down. It just kind of goes whoop, like that. You take away all its support. So it's so easily moved up and down. And so, you know, I don't want people to repeat what I say. I really want people to see some of this stuff and start getting an idea of what's going on and why these people and why I was as well deceived and misled by other people who have been deceived and misled. This has been going on for 270 years. Now, before that, they might have not known all the exact anatomy or nothing like that, but they had a pretty darn good idea what a horse's foot should be like. You know, the high and lofty foot, as Xenophon said. I wish I could find that quote the way he read it. Like, wish I could find where I put that, because it was totally worded completely different. I found his writing online.
Was it in that article, The Proper Hoof Angle?
No, now he quoted him, but he did not quote him. Even he did not quote him exactly like it says. See, what's interesting is you get the way Jackson quoted him and the way so-and-so quoted him, the way Henry Hamerling quoted him, and then you take the actual wording from himself and it's different. Okay, it's similar, but it's different. They leave something out. See, you can't leave stuff out just because it doesn't fit with your idea. See, people do that all the time because they're afraid other people are going to assume something different. You know, people fudge with pictures and photos and wording and this and that. And out of fear, a lot of times it could be out of fear that you don't want, oh, well, you know, I don't want people to get the wrong idea here because they don't understand. You know, like somebody looking at that filly's feet, you know, they're going to look at that hairline and go, yeah, no way. No way. If they're used to seeing any kind of slope at all, they're going, no way. Horse's foot can't be like that. Can't be like that. No. Well, I don't want people to get that idea. So, well, I'm just going to take this out. I'm not going to show this. See how that's called the lie of omission, and it can be done on purpose, and it can be done with nefarious reasons. I'm so proud of myself. That's the first time I've used that word. I heard it the other day. And it's nefarious. All right. Or it can just be done because you mean well. You're trying to protect people. So that would be kind of fear-based. So, understanding how people make mistakes unintentionally and intentionally. Okay. And it comes to the point where in some of the people that I've studied, I don't think per se Jamie Jackson or these people I've kind of been talking about so far, I think they really actually believe what they're saying. But there's other people, I wonder if they kind of already know, but they're just not going to admit it, because it would cost them too much. Because you see, these people have a lot invested in their opinions and their teachings. Is not that right? They're selling books by the drove. They're well thought of online. Mean me for critiquing other professionals. Well, I'm not critiquing other professionals because I'm not a professional. Okay. I haven't sold anything. You don't get charged to come here. There was a couple times I might have done a couple of markups here and there, and somebody, gave me a few bucks or something for helping them out. But I've never, ever charged. And it isn't because I don't want to. All right. Don't you think I would want to get in on this a little too, right? But see, I don't want this to be about me wanting to make money and be better than brand X over here. Okay. This is about the truth. This is about correcting hundreds of years of error. Okay. This is about exposing mistakes. This is about helping people and helping horses that are being unintentionally harmed because people think they're doing stuff right when they're not. So many people that I've talked to over the years, I never kept track of them all. Once in a while, they'll check back in and say, oh, my horse is doing great. Look, so I'm happy with that. Some people I know have said did not have a good experience here and moved on to do something else. Well, sorry about that. Didn't have all the answers. We will have the answers one of these days. We've got a lot of the answers now by having the correct anatomy. See, understanding more about the correct anatomy, understanding more about how horses' feet get distorted and deformed. And therefore, we can figure out more about how to fix them. See? So anyway, one of the big errors is the fact that the farrier movement thinks that the horse bears its weight on the lamina, on the side of the foot, and not on the bottom of the foot. That is why your farrier will always leave the wall long, because the wall transfers the weight onto the lamina on the side of the foot. They don't know, the experts don't know that the horse has grows a convex sole ridge. Wouldn't you say that's a big deal? That they don't know the true anatomy of the sole?
Oh, for sure.
And then they're always talking, well, your horse has thin sole. Well, but pairing it out.
And then you see a farrier chipping away and peeling off perfectly good sole. Chip to make it concave.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. See, what did you say?
I said I cringe when I see that happening.
Yeah. Well, let's see.
I cussed and told him to stop.
Yeah. Get out. Yeah, poor people. Now, see, I shared a deal the other day, that deal on hand washing, the father of hand washing, Ignaz Semmelweis, who was a doctor in the mid 18th century, who discovered that women were dying in droves because doctors were cutting up cadavers and then taking the germs over and delivering babies, called childbed fever. That guy died in an insane asylum. They fired him, wouldn't renew his contract, even though he proved that fewer women died when he made doctors wash their hands. Okay. So you know then that you had men, doctors there, to think that you did something to cause your clients to die would be a pretty hard pill to swallow, right? So you had doctors there that were, even if he proved it, they're not going to receive it. Well, do you think anybody in the vet industry or hoof care industry that you think they're going to be any different? You know, you think a barefoot trimmer that's trimmed her whole life and has seen horses go into laminitis that she blamed on diet, you know, is going to want to believe that she trimmed that horse into mechanical laminitis and that's why it got put down. You know, owners are more easily convinced that they did it than somebody who has been trimming for a living, let alone somebody who's been trimming for a living and then starts their own hoof school and teaches other people to be trimmers so they can go out and decimate the horse population. That's just insane. See? So anyway, so this was a good foot, and this was on a horse. Look at the hoof wall. Look how thick the hoof wall was. This was on a horse that was maybe kind of trimmed at 3 times in his life, 8 years old, big paint, stout gilding, and he had to be put down because he went blind. And so I got to have his feet, and he had perfect feet, even in sod here in Kansas, hardly never getting trimmed. Like I said, maybe trimmed at 3 times by the owner and stuff. What? This just shows you. See the heel, you know, you can even see here, there's a convex ridge of sole. Let's see what else we got here. Inner foot. That's what we go by. We go by the inner foot. Look at the heels. Look at the definition of the heels. Look, your bar lays right up here. This right here, you see this kind of funny little line here? That would be your bar corium that grows the bar. Here's your heel buttress corium. And you go over here, well, there's your coronary band corium that grows the wall, grows the heel buttress. And then your periopal back here, your frog corium. See how nice and seamless everything is? And then we get into the wild ponios. This is Charles Russell. Anyway, no telling what I might run into here, so I better back up. Nothing that bad. Okay. I don't know what that says. Anyway. Okay, that's all I got for today, I guess. Just about how we really need to understand the error so that we do not fall back into it. See, because that's what happens to mankind. All right, they start getting some light, they start getting out, the truth sets you free. All right, and they start getting out in an area, and then they just get sucked right back in to non-science. Now, again, if you want to have a religion, if you love nature, you know, if you want to worship, you know, the Greek gods, if you want to worship, you know, whatever, that's your prerogative. Just like me, I worship the God of the Bible. I'm not very good at doing what he says a lot of times. Okay, but that's who I worship. That's who I believe in. That's my spiritual belief. Okay, but that has nothing to do with this foot. Other than I love it, it's given me a love for truth. I love truth and justice, true justice, not this phony baloney stuff they're doing these days. True justice. I love justice and judgment and truth, and no matter what it's in. And so this foot, there is truth here, and we've been led to believe false hoofs. So, okay, so we can change the subject now. I got blessed being able to share this because, tell you what, I just want to understand it better, be able to simplify it so that I can put it in a pamphlet form so that you could just say, hey, I have a quiz I'd like you to take, or hey, would you mind taking a survey? And you can just show them these things. What do you think of this and that and this and that, and put the pictures before them somehow. I've talked about this before, to try and jar people's minds loose from the error that they have been led to believe in this area. So anyway, anybody got anything they want to add, or is there anything you'd like to talk about, or a subject you'd like to discuss?
Well, Lena, this is Simone.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you're interested in an update from Dodo.
Yes.
I took pictures today and I sent it to you on the messenger.
Okay.
Maybe it's interesting. It's still in progress.
Yeah, I understand that, my dear.
But I think he's doing a good job.
Okay. How's he walking around?
Well, he's walking around very well. Yeah.
Okay.
He's in boots and in support. And today I took one boot off and one support off because I'm just trying to see how it works.
Okay.
And go tomorrow again and look how the foot is. He's right now on a very thin medical boot, so I can figure out how he walks without any boot. In the moment, here is dry, so my ground is not that soft at all.
Okay.
But that's still fine for him. I think.
Okay.
And in the night it's wet because of the dust, and on the day it's quite hot and dry. So I tried to figure out how not the dust, the fog, how the fog and the sun work with the hoof. So
okay, so this is not looking bad. I mean, just a minute and I'll share. Let me look at it first.
Okay.
Okay.
So if they are shareable.
Now you've got February and then you've got August.
Mm-hmm.
And so I see an improvement from there to there. February, August. Oh, heck yeah. Heck yeah. Because you had a horrible deal going on,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Mm-hmm.
and stuff, you know, yes. You know, shoot me the picture of his last barefoot trim.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I sent it to you the last time, so I guess you have to scroll up a little bit and you will find it.
Okay.
Can you
Just
share?
a minute. Yeah. Just a second here.
But the last barefoot trim is the right one, so and that foot that I showed today is the left one. So, but the
Yeah.
left one was the same.
Okay.
And all 4 foots, and the hind foots are pretty good. They
Okay,
are.
so what happened to this horse? He was barefoot trimmed. His
Yeah.
foot was compressed into a deformed shape in a tiny capsule, and then it got wet and his foot just burst out of that little bitty capsule is what happened. Okay, what was that? Just a minute. Share. Okay. Okay, so this, I mean, you can see how your heels have changed, the frog has changed. This is looking very good here. You know, compared to this where you could see where the bulbs and everything are still really pulled down in there. He's starting to get a more of a defined frog here. The heels, look how much the heels have moved back and the foot has fit in the capsule to where the bulbs were sticking way out of the back of the heel over here. You know, so this is, wow, this is just a lot better over here. August 23rd, right there.
Yeah, today.
Okay. Yeah, this is great. Okay, let's look at this picture now. This is August 23rd, and this is February 23rd. See, you can see where he was really still wanting to rip up out of the capsule here. See there where the separation is, and you've got all these layers. And plus, look at how the periopal just layers and layers in here. Not at all, it's totally different here. He has healed up a lot. You can define his bulb and the back of his coronary band, like where the heel buttress coronary band goes from the sidewall here in the back here. Look at the width of that. That's just what it should be. Okay, when you look here, you see that it looks wider and stuff because it was still, the capsule was pulled down and half off the back of the heel here. And so all this was stretched and really kind of nasty looking. And now you can see the details of the back of this foot and stuff. So this is looking good. Let's see here. This looks 100% better. Okay, now he's still got some growth ring stuff going on, but look at how you can see the periopal band is so much healthier here. His heel, this bad part of the foot has grown off and been trimmed off. So this is looking good. This heel in here, back of his foot being supported. That just looks so much better. Let's see. I'm going to try and find the picture.
I think the capsule is better fitting right now, so it makes me very hopefully that I can go without support and without shoes.
Yeah,
because the skin upon the foot and the hair is, it's not so good. So I would very happy if I can't.
Yeah. Have you thought about shaving his hair there?
No, I don't thought about that. Could that be a good process?
Yeah, shave it all off and then it'll grow back.
Okay.
And be all cleaned up and stuff. And then you can really get a good look at his cartilages and everything like that.
Okay.
Just a minute here. I lost you. Oops.
No, it's
wrong.
not.
Let's see.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. More up, I guess.
Probably.
May I found it down there.
I'm looking at those little pictures, trying to figure out where it's at.
Me too.
Well, here, what we'll do, we'll just go back this minute.
Or otherwise I can send it again.
I'm just gonna go back on the
Yeah, this was Angelo, my other gelding. There you go.
There we go. Okay. Okay, so here's your barefoot trim.
Yeah, with the Mustang roll, huh?
Yeah, with the Mustang roll.
And the frog contact to the ground.
Yep. And so you figure this horse, he's a warm blood. He's what, 17 hands?
Yeah, 17 and a half, I guess.
Yeah.
17. Mhm.
Big horse, needs a lot of support. His feet should be more like that filly we were looking at, that wild filly.
Mhm.
That's his true foot. Okay. And so slowly it's growing into that. Now, looking down here.
So it's 1.5 years ago.
Well, see, you've come a long way because this is a mess.
And this is the left one too. So yeah.
Yeah.
It's not the right one. It's
Yeah,
the left
that
one.
that is a mess. That's a mess too.
Mm-hmm. Poor girl.
Yeah, no kidding. You know, see, all of this comes from the heel area.
Mm-hmm.
All of it. Let's see. And so wonder when that was.
This is the right one.
The right one.
The right one. It has to be July or June because the horses wear masks. I saw it on Angelo, the red mask on the back.
Yeah, see, I always wanted to grow a new periopal in here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think you're doing a great job. This is a hard thing to do. And there you are.
And there I am. Yes. I'm explaining how I put the DIM on.
Is this your new place?
My new place? No, this is the
no,
place
that's where you live. Okay,
that's where I live. Yeah.
You're not the one that was moving. That's
No,
right.
this is Sabine.
Yeah, Sabina.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is Dodo in the back.
Ha!
So, and I'm 1.70 meters high, so you can see how tall he is. But the hoof is not prepared for that video, so I just want to show how
That's
I put the put a DIM again on just with the bandage.
Well, you know what? All this DIM has made the whole difference in being able to help him.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know. So you've done a great job. I think you're in a good spot. I think that foot looks good. You know, when it was we'll wait here. We're gonna watch you. I want to see what you're doing because I may need to use this technique for the pony.
Oh,
because
yeah.
This stuff still gives, but it adheres the DIM to the foot, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah. And the bandages are adhesive and they stick by themselves.
Yeah.
So
I just
put it down first and it sticks from down under and give a lot of pressure on the first bandage, a lot of pressure because it has to stay and then go across go around and across and then go through the toe and on the back. So yeah, around with a lot of pressure.
Okay.
And afterwards, when it's rolled up, I do a cut in the front, but you can see it on the video. I do a cut and that the pressure is just from the toe to the heels. So to the back of the hoof.
Okay.
So the blood can circulate. And afterwards, I put another bandage on. And this stays around 8 days, 7 days.
Okay.
And I have them on a muddy putty ground with no big stones, but stones.
Mm-hmm.
And a little bit of sand.
You see, the thing that I see good is he's just standing there real solid on that other foot.
Yeah, and he's so gentle with that. he's not laying on that foot. He just give me that hoof so quickly, and he's so brave and so lost in translation. So you see, I do with a bandage scissor. It's important to have that rounded scissors. I do the cut in front like a toe, like a lost in translation again. Like a pum, like a high heel pum.
Yeah.
And down to the more down in the colliery band, so that I have no pressure.
Oh, that's great.
And then I put another bandage around it.
Simone, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course.
The DIM that you had, was that already formed? Like you had it, did you let it get hard, or was that soft and you put it in there?
It has I guess 6,000 shores. It's like a Nike Air tuned Nike Air
I mean, are you use
sneaker.
it like,
and I just form it on Dodo's hoofs, and if I don't trim too much off, I use it again. And if I trim too much and the support doesn't fit, I do the support again and form it new.
So when you made it, you made it the first time, did you how did you
So it's like a gum, and you put an hardener in.
I used it, but like, what did you put his foot in? Like, you have to put it in there and then set it down and let it form. And
no, I set it down with without that bandage. I set it because Dodo is totally gentle. I can set it down and he stays with the foot down, and I can and it's can harden, and it's hardened in around 3 to 4 minutes. It doesn't.
And then
take
once
too long.
you can, it's almost like a pad. You can reuse it.
Yeah. It's like a pad.
Yeah. Because I've thought about doing that, but I use like a foam pad, and they get squashed down. So no, the foam pads I don't like that much, because they don't form the hoof, or they don't give that or do the job that I like to have to lift up. I want to have to lift it up. Yeah, they get smashed and stay smashed. Yeah. Of course, So and then I put a sock on it, a big tennis sock. Yeah, that works very well. And these are the recovery boots from Equine Fusion. I use Equine Fusion boots too. Yeah, and right now I have the jogging something stuff. I don't know how. Yeah, the ultra. The ultra. Yeah, exactly. Those I'm using those with a foam pad. That's what I'm putting on mine at night. Yeah, if you don't need support on the heel areas, on the frog, they will work very well for give them a very soft ground to walk, or very comfortable to walk. But if you want to lift it up, like I have to do, because Dodo is smashed down and collapsed, I have to use that DIM, and sometimes I do it a little bit higher than the ground, so I overload him. I don't know how to say it, but I think you understand. Yeah, my mare, when we used, I still have DIM because I had her in shoes and pads and put the DIM in there. She didn't. She has big frogs, so it's too much frog pressure, and DIM bruised her frogs. Okay. So, and on the other foot, you see the glue on shoes.
they don't work for me because the horn or the capsule can't move as much as I like to have them moved. But I tried it, and yeah, I failed and never glue again.
He's a character. He's
Yeah,
wanting
and
to get a picture in there.
he's 25 and he's so cool. Yeah. He's the boss. He's the boss of the herd.
Is he?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, I think you're doing great. You know, I can't wait to see you here in a few months. It's going to even be better.
No, I hope so. I hope
Yeah.
I get the right point where I can go without support, have the capsule ready, and go on the wet season, because in 2 months or so the wet season is starting and the snow. And I'm hoping that that will work out.
Yeah.
So
well, that's great.
That would be pretty great. Yeah.
Hey, that's a nice deal you got going there. I like that. Yep.
Oh,
You've
yeah.
been through a lot with that guy.
Yeah, a lot. But I'm glad to go all through that, because otherwise that's also the right one. In when was it? No, it was green. That could be in somewhere between, maybe last year. I don't know.
I remember it.
When
I remember it, and I remember you said he was walking real good then too, because look, he's got some elevation and a lot of his cartilage is released, so they can be way more comfortable than what they look, you know. Okay.
Yeah. So thank you so much for looking at the pictures from Dodo. I'm very happy with that.
Yeah,
in the
me
moment
too.
And I cross my fingers that finally, because last year on December, I guess, I put the DIM. I don't have him on DIM, similar the same as with your pony, and he collapsed again. So okay, we start again.
Yeah, I know all about that.
You
know. Okay. Well,
so thank you so much, Linda.
You're welcome. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Has anybody got anything else they'd like to talk about?
Linda, can I send you a picture of my false foot?
Yeah.
I have a question about the bars.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll go look right now.
Little one. I send you because I trimmed the one front. He's 3.5 months old. And I don't know what.
Okay.
Yeah, send it. One, but I was scribbling on it.
Okay.
Just so we understand the questions.
Okay.
So he's 3.5 months old.
Okay.
And I just made this kind of thing so I can ask my questions. You see the red? Because I was wondering at the white line of the bar, right? So I just kind of traced it, and it's kind of the same angles. But then when I trim, you see between the white line and the ridge of the bar, when I trim it, it's like a really huge space, right?
It's like what?
Like really big space. It's between the white line of the bar and the ridge of the bar, or how you call it, where the purple line is.
Right in here? Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay.
So,
yeah.
It's kind of because I was looking at other feet, like at the grown-up feet, and they don't look this way. They don't have that space kind of thing. And then I trimmed his hind foot is a bit deformed already because the heels here, the heels kind of, they're even, right?
Mhm.
And he looks pretty much symmetrical.
Mm-hmm.
But on the hind, if you look, I sent you the hind also.
Okay.
And I also scribbled on it.
That's all right.
Just so I can talk about it. You
Okay.
see, because I couldn't, I think it happened, you see how the white line is dramatic, the angle of the white line is dramatically different.
You're talking about on the white line on the bar?
Yeah, on the bar.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm just thinking, I don't know, maybe it's because you see this with the yellow I marked is these parts of the frog, maybe I didn't trim them so well because it's always like on the inside, it's the left hind. So the medial is always kind of more difficult to trim.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that's what pulled the heel, you know, I don't know really.
Okay.
What could be, you know, what could be the reason?
Well, from what I see is that like over here, you see that the bar is defined more. It's like you've got your bar has layers,
Yes.
you know. And what I see here is that here, let me annotate. And I see this on both of them. Just a minute here. Now, which foot is this?
This is the hind left.
Hind left. So is this your knee over here?
Could be. Yeah, yeah. It
Okay.
is.
Okay. Just trying to figure out what's what. Okay, so this is the lateral and this is the medial side.
Yes.
Okay. And if we look at that other one, you notice that this is a little bit more defined, but this side too, is this the same side?
This is the front left.
Front
Yeah.
left. Okay, so here's your lateral side then, right? Or
Yes. Yes.
this your
This is,
medial side. Okay, so so the problem is getting so that you're same sided, and that when you're trimming, you're defining these bars, because what'll happen is first of all, the foot's growing. So the bars that were there are becoming obsolete. You know, they're no longer the bars, but they're in a place where they were when the foot was smaller. And
Mhm.
so it's no different than if the horse was already grown and his bars are growing, and when the person is trimming them, they're not getting through all 4 layers of the bar. Just like you have 4 layers of the wall, ultimately you do. You know, you have your stratum lamellum, stratum externum, stratum medium, and stratum, no wait, how's it go? Stratum periopal.
Medium, externum,
Okay.
internam.
Yeah. And so you're not getting all the layers here. And what has happened is the bar has merged over on the sole and is hiding in a kind of merged over, flattened out. I don't want to say smear. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Because that is somebody else's term. But it is like one of the layers, the innermost layers have just kind of grown over and smeared over the sole there and stuff. So what you need to do is really define this area. Just like you can find all the layers usually around the wall, like here. Okay. They have to be defined here too. And so coming down a little bit, and this wall should not be as high as this wall over here, because the foot actually angles down and the bar goes down more like this, like right here, probably is where your true bars end, right in here, you know, and the bar is shaped to go down more like that. And instead it's grown up, and you can see it here.
It's
You can
merged
see
with
the
the
edges
skin.
of it. See that right there?
Yeah.
That's bar laying on the sole. So
Okay.
let me get it annotate here. So the sole is inside here more. See, all this is bar laid over. Inner, right, all this in here and stuff. So I would come in here, come back here,
Clean up.
and then I would start defining my bar to where it was more like this. Well, here, hold on a second. Okay. Let's go over here to the inside of the heel to right there. Okay, so all this bar has to come, you have to come through here and make a new ending right here, and then trim down that line, or well, trim down this line. See where this is different right here? Okay, so all this mergy bar has to come off, because right now what it's doing is laying over the sole and choking the sole out. And come over here.
How do you come up with these lines, Linda? I mean, I understand from anatomical perspective, or it just you're drawing it's for me so I can see it.
Well, I do that when I'm mapping too. I do that specific line to map. I come up.
But it comes from the apex.
Well, from the side. I come to the side of the apex. Like his apex, it might be, I don't even know if that's a true apex. You know, that could be the old apex that's still laying over the sole, and his apex could be a little further back
But
here.
I'm asking, so where from we need to measure on the apex? Because my understanding was that where my purple lines are.
Okay, well, yeah, not in the middle, on the side. Come over to the side and draw a dot there and a
More
dot
down.
there.
More
Yeah.
down. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, more on the opposite side of the apex.
So not on the top, a little bit down. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And your apex is going to move too.
Yes.
As the foot is growing and stuff, and so you don't want it to get just stuck right there. So kind of watch that as you're going to and stuff. So yeah, I would just really start defining these bars more, ending them more down in here.
Okay.
See, and that way they'll keep traveling back as the foot is expanding.
All
But
right.
yeah, definitely you can see laid over bar here on the sole, just like, you know, the different layers kind of just merged over the sole there.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
thank you. Yeah.
Okay, well, what I'd like to see, if when you trim it up and you define your bars more, I get a picture. I'd like to see what that looks like.
Yeah, I will. Hopefully tomorrow I can get to him.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, folks. Anybody else?
Oh,
Nope, not for today.
Okay. Well, okay, I guess I'll let you all go.
Thank you so much, Linda. Thank you.
Hey, you guys, you guys are great. We're small, but fierce.
thank you so much, Linda. I sent you the pictures of some horses, the old ones.
Oh,
also.
yeah, okay.
Have
Let's
a
see
look.
here. I want to see that here before I sign out. Let's see. Share screen. Go back
They're
to
not
there.
great because it's black and white, but there are some really old ones, couple of them. So that's cool, I thought.
Okay. Oh, and they got them stripes on their legs.
Yeah, it's the atopic, or how you call it.
Yeah.
Symbols.
Now, these are the ones that are on that. Now, which ones are these? Are these the ones they put on that reserve?
No. These are the
No.
ones of the breed I was telling you about. The
Okay,
ones-
yeah.
But this one is really old, so you can't really see. You see maybe the hairline, but it's a
Yeah.
very old picture.
It
from
looks very
19
straight across, see?
Yeah.
Look here, straight across the hairline.
Yeah, it's 19th century
Mhm.
actually. And you see how this one, I don't know, this is quite modern one, but not trimmed out. That's quite nice also.
Well, see, and this is in, where's this at?
This
Again,
is in Russia.
in Russia. Oh, in
Yeah.
Russia.
Yeah,
Okay.
Siberia. Yeah.
Okay, wow. Look at the cartilages on the back of that horse. So his feet right there. See, you can see it right there. See, tough horses.
That's also not bad, I think. This one, you know, that's quite an old picture, but you know, some of them were trimmed, but I don't think it's a bad one.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty neat. They look like pretty stout, sturdy horses.
Yeah, they were working horses.
Yeah.
Multi-purpose ones.
Yeah. That's true. A cool looking horse there.
Yeah, anyway.
Siberia.
Yeah.
You have to be tough to keep from there, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you.
Well, thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Hey, everybody have a
Yeah,
great
thank you.
week. And I'm
Good
I'm
night.
also
Oh, good
looking
day.
at this, and I'd like to see some more pictures of your soul, of his feet from the side too. You know, because
I can send to you.
okay, because some of this may be you're just having a hard time trimming down. Well, first of all, look here. Okay, see, if you look at these from different sizes, it makes a difference, you know, and stuff. So you know, if the bar is not defined here, it's going to push the heel out. Okay, it's gonna, and look, the heel will push forward, push the wall out.
It's already pushed. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and that's just from the bar. See,
Mhm.
like this bar is a little more defined, but still the foot is wanting to expand. You know,
And you can see the sole ridge, it's non-existent already because it has been pulled.
yeah, yeah. You know, so like, and hind feet, this seems to really do this. Like my one hind feet is really bad like that and stuff.
But maybe I can catch it because he's 3 months old, 4 months old, so
Yeah.
I can catch it.
Yeah, well, he's sure being a good boy there.
No, he's a lovely boy. He developed so well. I mean, he was untouchable, and now he's such a sweetheart, really.
That's awesome.
Really nice baby. I'm
Yeah.
very proud.
That's
Yeah, I'm
awesome.
very proud of him. Yeah. Well, Linda, then I will just put all the photos together and I will send to you.
Okay.
Great. Thank you
That
so
sounds
much.
good. Hey,
Yeah.
everybody have a great week.
Good night.
Thank you.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye.